Last we left our heroes, you spent your second evening in the City of the Dead, having met and made deals with two factions of figures who call this place home. The Valor monks, whose grim sacrifice protects and guards the wards of the Keeper's Scythe as worship and penance to their deity, the Raven Queen. Additionally, the Pirate King of Castirian, Gambino, along with his crew, whom you've made a tentative deal with to aid you in your fight against the coming Revenant Vow forces. In exchange for their significant firepower, Gambino and crew would walk away with the Keeper's Scythe, in addition to some other items of interest to them. You rested amidst the tension between the Valar commander Quinn and his sister Selene, some moments of tension between some of your own group, but nonetheless awoke the morning before the day of the full moon and began to formulate your plans. You spoke with both Quinn and Selene and found it wisest to delve below the Raven's Eyrie and see what pathway lies beneath ahead of your clandestine encounters with Gambino and the Vow. Quinn uttered an undercommon phrase in the temple, and a short stairway of stone was revealed. Beneath this, you found a catacomb of 21 stone coffins and 4 ornately carved mausoleums bearing the names of the great families of Castirians from ages past, one of which bears the name of the champion to whom you are all here for. A trapped and magically warded door was skillfully handled, though you found yourselves within a magical darkness for a moment before it was dispelled, and then found a sarcophagus within which a cryptic phrase was hidden. Only under the magical blue flame of the torches in the catacombs did you find the riddle that led you to the correct series of coffins that bore specific markings, and at each a small offering of blood was taken and a new passage beneath revealed. Creeping lower still beneath the earth, you found a seemingly empty room, 40 by 40, with a simple platform wide enough for one person at the opposite end. The ceiling above was shrouded in some darkness effect, but it seemed not to have any effect here, and it was deemed that this could be the end of the journey, and any secrets or information hidden would only be revealed when the moon was full. At this point, you debated several iterations of plan to deal with Gambino, as he and his crew would come to take the side. You debated the merits of this sacrificial process, and whether a subject could be coerced into making a willing sacrifice, or whether it indeed be true. Ultimately, you spent the first half of the day learning the terrain, learning what secrets can be revealed before the time is right, and now to put into any final preparations and plans into action, and we pick up tonight. It's about midday from where you guys left off, still in the lower chamber, still discussing amongst yourselves. Quinn and Selene are in the chambers with you, though you can feel the tension still lies heavy between the two of them. Quinn coming along, one to see the kind of ultimate end of his journey and to learn how he can best aid you and be part of this plan to perform his part of the deal. And Selene coming shortly thereafter out of a morbid curiosity, it would seem. And this is where we begin.
We are in the lower chamber, correct?
This is the basically empty 40, 45 by 45 room. It's about a cube. It's got this kind of shadow ceiling above that you've prodded ever so slightly, and there is the single small platform on the far end of the room. There seems to be nothing else.
Selene, Quinn, do you have any way of contacting the rest of the Valar, your tribe?
Typically we would send one of our own just to communicate in person. In theory, we can send a raven as well if we needed to remain and send message, but how quick it is you need. We have apparently a force on the way here, at least by tomorrow. I don't know if they would receive this message in time. We can try.
Yeah. It might be worth it just even send, even if it's a raven's chance in hell, it might be worth alerting. I mean, we have an army of hell coming here, and there's a bunch of pirates, and they're literally trying to steal the Keeper's Scythe from you guys, so it might be worth it.
At the very least, if something goes to shit here, they'll know something was coming, be able to clean up after.
That is wise. That is indeed wise, to try and keep them abreast of anything coming their way. Should things go south here, what would stop them from heading north into the Vale itself? They need to be at least warned, if not prepared to act alongside you and us. This is wise. I have nothing to write with. If you have some,
I got you covered.
What message would you send?
I would say something to the effect of the forces of hell are coming to claim the Keeper's Scythe. They will either have succeeded by the time this message reaches you, or they will be defeated but not broken. Please send help. Be on alert. I don't know, Mary, what do you guys think?
I just mentioned something about the Night of the Full Moon, so they know that's what's happening, but...
They have any way to teleport an elven army here? Man, that'd be super.
They unfortunately are not magical wielders in the way you hope, unfortunately.
Hondo, do you have some sort of army of Tritons that you've never told us about that are loyal to you as the Prince of Tritonistan?
I know no other Tritons that I ever want to talk to.
I know the feeling. Okay, well, could we go back up into the first chamber? I feel like we need to plan the trap and then plan the island to protect it from the forces of hell, but I think it's important to maybe button up what our plan is. I can see you just petting your blades, Hondo, waiting for Gambino's blood, but let's prep our plan.
Easy enough. You're all able to walk up the single file staircase from this lowest chamber up into the catacombs once more, passing through the now open mausoleum door, and then out through the coffins and up once more into the temple again.
So before we go that far,
stay in the catacombs?
Yeah, could you describe, sorry to interrupt, could you describe the entrance to the catacombs? Like, what is that like if we want to prep a trap there?
The entrance, so coming down from the temple, the ruined kind of open temple above, you go through a stone passageway that leads below in about a 15-foot long kind of staircase of stone that opens up about 5 feet shy of the first layer of these 3 layers of coffins. The 3 layers of 7 rows, 3 rows of 7 coffins. But it is simply like a 10-foot entrance at this space and goes up about 15 feet before coming to what would be hidden behind that mask above at the altar in the main temple. But it is just a 10-foot open stairway.
So then that entrance right at the catacombs with the coffins beyond it, would there be room to, like, say, Hondo hide in the shadows of, like, the wall beside it? Like, what's the wall beside the entrance like?
On this side, inside the catacombs?
Yes.
It basically is just a straight flat wall and then an opening of 10 feet. There's plenty of space in this area in the catacombs for Hondo to hide. Each of the coffins themselves are about 4 feet high and 7 feet roughly in length. Hondo could easily pick any one of them to be hidden behind, and the doorway is about midway, kind of middle of the room. So if there are 7 coffins in a row, it's kind of in between the 3rd and 4th of the first row.
I see.
You've got coffin, 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 and the doorway is here. Kind of this open tunnel into a flat, like, stone wall. So there's nothing that he could hide directly around. Like, there's no columns at the door itself. It's literally just like an open expanse into this stone. But there are plenty of spaces within that he could take a position to hide and hold and keep eyes on the door very, very easily.
Because Hondo, you're
or
stealthy.
any of you, but Hondo is the stealthy.
Hondo, you're stealthy as fuck. But Gord, I've noticed, especially very recently, you seem to, like, just melt into shadows now. So if we wanted to hide you guys in here in the dark and then spring a trap on them, hopefully we can get the jump on them. What do you think, Hondo? Like, what do you envision for this big moment?
Maybe I come out of the shadows when they least expect it. Maybe
That's
I go invisible.
We do know, I believe, from Mary. Oh, my boy Hondo, you froze up a bit. Are you choked up with emotion?
It's just locked in a perpetually cocky look.
This is a perfect Hondo expression. Allow me to screenshot from my own personal library. God, that was good.
And
You're back.
there you are.
Oh,
you,
just
you
in
can hear
time.
us okay?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so I have this one spell. I think Gord has it too, because he used it on me in like a fight recently, called Synaptic Static, where if I hit people with it, they get a minus d6 to rolls for a bit. Gord just added a great shot of Hondo to our chat. Like, I think if we lure them in here, we know they have to come down here. They are going to come down here. I doubt Gambino would just let a lackey come in here. So if we come in here and Hondo and Gord, you get the jump on them. Maybe I use the Synaptic Static on them so that Hondo, if you were to use Whisper, Gord, if you were to use one of your really powerful spells, that's like a save or suck spell. If we were to damage their ability to make checks, we could really hurt them here. The one thing I'll say, Hondo, I think Mary was telling us that she could feel, and Mary, you can correct me, you could feel that Skullface saw you even without eyes, right? Even when you were invisible?
No, he looked right at me, and he's the one who said that I was there.
So if Skullface McGee is here, he could sense you. That's what we got to be careful of.
Well, Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say I could disguise myself just in black, for the shadow.
Was that Cook or somebody else? A
That was
different
Cook.
skull.
That was Cook.
It was Cook.
Cook face.
Something else, Hondo, I don't know. As much I love the idea of letting Hondo surprise them. I'm sure Hondo also is very excited about a overly dramatic reveal in terms of stabbing Gambino. What I don't love the idea of, and we don't know this for sure, I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of shit happening before that moment. We want Gambino's ship to do the work for us as long as we can, which means that I don't know if I want to sacrifice having Gord and Hondo down here for fucking hours hiding before anything goes down. I feel like we could use resources elsewhere. That being said, Hondo, I don't know what your attunement slots are like out of game. But I do have a Hat of Disguise, which will just allow you to perpetually disguise yourself. Ooh. If during the earlier fight you wanted to just pretend to be a rando or one of the monks.
Yeah, Shadow
But it's an attunement slot, so you gotta look at what you have and what you could possibly give up.
Let me check.
What do you usually turn to?
Basically, all three of his blades are attuned.
What's the third blade? Blink?
Gamblers, Blink, and...
you might not need Blink anymore if Whisper comes back to your hand.
Yeah, Whisper can do that thing.
Yeah, I could do without Blink for this, I guess.
How dare you.
It's up to you, but that way we can get the most out of your abilities throughout the day as well. I don't think this is going to be a one-fight thing. I feel like this is going to be a fucking siege. And of course, we don't know for sure. That's where I think scrying is going to come in handy. Valentine, if you're willing to take some time, try to at least get a shot, an idea of the vow and how many people they might be bringing with them. It might fail, it might not work, that's fine. But we have a chance at maybe finding out if it's 24 or 200.
Please be 24. Please be 24. Great idea. I love that. I think we should do that. What else is I going to say?
Quinn steps in the middle of this conversation and just says, if you wish to send this message, I would have it sent quickly. If you wish to craft something and write something. It's already midday.
Let's send it right now. Do you see a raven nearby?
We have some up in the tower. If you write something up, I will take it to them.
Oh my god, are they ravens like owls? That's amazing.
That'd be the best. Let's do it. I will write up what I previously said, and then if we don't have anything else to add, we can just hand that over.
Forces of Hell approach on the full moon, and we can use backup if needed.
I will add.
Available.
They're looking to stop the ritual.
Okay.
Say something like that, so that they get the the severity of it, but someone else might not understand what it means.
I would like to add that I am the brother-in-law to Daisy's husband,
Elias.
of the
Lindarn.
Lindari wolves. Just see that add some clout.
You could also just say you're the brother of Daisy, who's now like part of their tribe, as like
Part of the Lindarin?
leaders. That's what the whole thing with her was. She's buddy. They're married. There's a whole wedding. Like now they're like leading the Lindarin.
That was the whole point of your arc, Scott.
No, but the elves we're talking to now aren't Lindarin, right?
No. But
Okay.
you can you're saying you're the brother-in-law to Elias, but like you're the brother actually of
Yeah.
Daisy, who is like equal.
I got shocked there that we were talking to the people.
No,
who
these guys are the Valar.
That's it. Then I will say I'm the brother of Daisy. You may have heard of her. Please send help.
Corruption of the ritual, bro.
If there's a mountain they could ride down at dawn, that'd be
very far away. They can do it. But...
teleport. That'd be
Wait,
real handy.
You get your Two Towers moment, but they're like 8 miles away.
And we are long dead.
Well, you can see them, but yeah, you still have to fight for a couple more hours on your own.
Mary, I think that's a great idea what you were saying earlier. Maybe we stall we murder Gambino plot.
I mean, there's nothing. He's not a threat until the scythe shows up, right? Before that, he's an ally, and before that, we can use his team and his Warforged and all that shit. So we don't want to break or burn those bridges. We'll burn those bridges when we get to them. We don't have to burn them before that.
I think, I love all that. I think it's a great idea. So maybe part of it is we don't reveal that even this temple is opened yet. We say that it only works during the full moon or something, so that there's not even the urge to come down here.
Yeah, I mean, he may have the key. We know that already. That's a possibility. So we can't bank on the fact that we're gonna have to pick this lock and that blindness is gonna come over everyone. But he doesn't necessarily know how to get past this face. That's
Exactly.
a passcode that Lavender can apparently say. Who knows? Maybe that once we're closer to is the moment when that actually will start working.
The biggest thing here is I want us to be the ones who fuck him over before he fucks over us, because he's gonna fuck over us. And so that's
The
all.
longer he needs us, the better.
Yes, until he doesn't, and then we're fucked. So Hondo, this is when I rely on your super impulsive, not well thought out instincts. When you see a moment to murder Gambino without murdering us, take it. But also kill Syrah in the process, and also make sure his Warforged and his huge airship and pirate friends aren't near him
Or us.
And don't do it before we fight the Vow, because they're probably like the real threat here. So if you find that sweet spot right there, that's what I think you need to take. If you as well want to be like, hey, let's settle this. I'm not even associated with the Wildcards. Let's just you and I fight over here on this adjacent island, and then you just let us know how it goes. If you die or come back, that'd be clutch.
At this point, too, Quinn takes the note from Valentine, who's just been holding it this whole time.
I'll just hold it like that.
He snatches it and says,
Like talking with your hands, and he keeps trying to grab it, waving
Yeah.
it at us.
no, he would actually be very good at that. But he's trying to be polite. Takes it and says, I'll send this and I'll return shortly. Just kind of nods, looks to Celine to see what she's doing, and she just kind of glances at him and then just stays her ground. He takes
Hondo,
off up the
Hondo,
stairs.
have you ever thought about, do you pray to anyone? Do you believe in any higher power? You've met the Summer Queen, a literal god. Do you have anything you believe in? I'm talking to you, Hondo, by the way. I'm looking right at you, pal.
Oh, I thought you were
I
okay.
think Hondo believes that new is better than old.
Okay. let me introduce you to a new god that maybe you're interested in. The Raven Queen, you carry Whisper. Maybe just in a quiet moment tonight, if you could send out some sort of please bless us and not murder us. I don't know if you get a ping back, but it might be worth it if she's chosen you or Whisper's chosen you.
I will consider it, but I will not give a guarantee.
You never do, pal, and that's A-okay with me. Mary, I can see you looking up at this island, daydreaming about ways to make it better. What are you thinking?
I have a few ideas, but I think it's worth trying to see what we're up against first before we make any plans and talking. Maybe I think we need a powwow with, or a meeting, with the all the monks here.
Yep.
Try to get a better idea of what's available, what we can do. I think we have some options. I also want to make a quick note. I don't know shit about magic, but I know you guys can make things real quiet. Let's just consider that whatever the fuck that spell is, whoever has it, for the drop on Gambino.
Yes.
That could potentially prevent Sierra from reacting in certain ways and could also potentially prevent them from getting word to their ship. Unless that's a psychic thing, and then we're all fucked.
Yep. But I have silence. Gord, I believe you've cast it before, so if we do get a surprise on these guys, one of us cast it, the other one do some sort of damage spell. And Hondo, you just do your thing with that blade. Brawly, you smash. Lav, you sparkle. Mary, you stab. We're all good. Sparkle, because you're magic.
Okay.
I also might be able to make use of those walls of yours, Lavender. I think I have a few ideas.
Okay.
Do you want to do a scry down here? Or do you want to go up top?
I mean, it's up to you. Down here's kind of creepy, but...
You're right, let's do it down here.
Okay, pulling out the scrying, the crystal ball. Who do you focus your scry on?
Who should we focus this scry on? We could focus it on...
Not Raymond.
We could focus on Raymond. Rotier.
I feel like of the Harbingers, Egoth's probably the least likely to throw this. That's based on absolutely nothing.
But he dead.
We know he's not going to stay that way. He's come back once.
Is there anyone we know that would be there that isn't that high up? Like, because Egoth was on a different plane when he showed up to the Arendelle fight. He literally showed up from the gates of hell. Do we know any other Revenant Vow?
I mean, there's I don't know how associated with the Revenant Vow he is, but there was the guy who kidnapped our friends in the Abyss. I don't know if he's there, or I don't know if that was just a deal.
You mean the literal devil?
Yeah, what was his name?
Oh, I do not want to fuck with that guy.
No, of course not. But who knows? We don't know who's going to be with them,
Gorex?
unfortunately.
No, Gorex was
Gorex.
the other guy. He murdered Gorex. Actually, I like Gorex more than that guy.
Rex was the pit fiend, pit fiend in hell. Moloch was the contracted devil alongside the Revenant Vow.
Gorex is the guy that Hondo charmed
Bet 3 of your souls on.
to take our souls for a blade.
No.
That he doesn't use anymore.
Moloch and team have apparently dispatched
Yes.
for you.
That was kind.
He was holding 2 of your friends hostage at the time. So.
Yeah. Or she killed the other one.
And you gave him an incredibly powerful artifact of hell. So.
I remember. I remember.
We don't know if he's there for sure.
Okay, why don't we just try Egoth, I guess.
Okay.
I feel like Throatier is above Raymond, but I also feel like Raymond is a caster. I think you're right, Mary, that it's smarter to not try the magic guy. Egoth it is.
Just see.
At least we killed that giant who was part of the vow for a bit.
The giant?
Remember we killed that frost giant like a week ago?
Oh, was he part of the vow? He was just doing some work for them.
Or with the vow. His son was part of the vow.
Yeah, well, his sons were at least convinced to beat the shit out of my city.
Have you noticed we just murder every Revenant Vow person we see?
I mean, no, we attempt to, and it fails most of the time.
You literally killed a dude like 2 days ago.
Oh, you did do that, Mary.
Oh, yeah.
That guy.
Yeah, you didn't even talk to that guy. You just
To be
kind of
fair,
hilarious.
I wasn't planning on killing him, but then I needed an excuse to be where I was.
Sure.
That seems like a good one, and he really looked at the suffering in it. It was half pity.
That's kind of good.
Okay. It is a wisdom save. Valentine, is it yours, or does the item have
It has a low
a
DC.
DC?
Fifth level.
It's through the crystal ball, so just make sure it doesn't have a set DC to beat.
I think it's like 16 or something.
I thought it was 17. I don't know
It's
why I thought
Wiz
that.
17 on this. Yeah, DC 17.
Your spell is what, 18 or 19? Spell save.
Oh,
Just
mine.
Valentine. Yeah.
Mine is 18.
Okay.
We do, I don't know if this matters. There's the whole, like, we know the guy thing, blah, blah, blah.
So that's what I'm just about to go down the line of.
Okay.
This is Egoth Vansroy. You are, I would say, familiar, knowing the target relatively well, at least having combated and killed him twice. Yet still kicking somehow.
We don't have any of his shit.
Yeah, that's so currently a -5 on my side to the roll,
Okay.
but you have no likeness or picture possession or garment, body part, lock of hair, any of that shit. So it
Hondo,
is
did you cut off any toes of that guy? I guess he was gone.
not that guy.
Did you say a likeness? Like a picture?
Mm-hmm.
Lavender, take 10 minutes and draw something. You saw him.
That's a good idea. And my impressions are getting so much better after all that practice I had with Hondo.
Do you want to try and draw that guy from hell very quickly? I mean, it doesn't have to be quickly. Maybe just take 5 minutes.
Well, I mean,
You
you have
can-
to attune to it, which takes an hour, so she's an hour.
Oh, no, I think she could just draw a pic and show me, and then I could look at it.
No, that's what I mean. I thought you hadn't attuned to the crystal ball, but I could be wrong.
I am still. I have
okay.
back to.
Gotcha.
Let me check that though.
Double check. That does change some things. But in the meantime, at least, Lavender, throw me a performance check.
Wow.
Come on, guys, get your dice.
No dice over there? Wow.
No dice.
It's your first fucking time?
There's so much to set up in this.
Oh no.
So our performance is a 1.
Default one.
Thanks.
You guys are the only ones that's like, it's like a studio setup for you.
It did? Yeah.
A portable one we set up every time.
Oh, I think you have my me one, yeah. A 6.
What?
Um,
Sorry, this is loud.
Plus what?
You say
Performance.
performance, Kyle? Performance.
Oh.
You have a performance skill.
A 11.
11 total?
Yeah.
Okay. It takes a fair amount of time when you say, yeah, whip up a picture of this guy.
Like drawing, erasing.
For the first, there's several scraps of paper, parchment lying around the bottom of this catacomb as 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes,
What's going on, left?
5 minutes roll
Left.
by.
You can hear me mumbling to myself, you can't rush an artist. I don't know what all these people are talking about. Creativity just has to come at the moment that it comes.
Now, Lavender, your only experience with Egoth is a singular moment. You fought him in Haverfeld, and in that encounter, he was not so much your focus. You were focused on the magic casters and him being a T-Rex and not being a T-Rex, and
That was pretty cool.
you were unconscious for a time.
Actually,
so
several
unconscious
times.
like 8
Up,
times
down.
in a row, yeah.
Up, down, up,
The brain
down.
damage from that moment skews your memory ever so slightly. And you do manage to provide a likeness of a heavily armored, large figure, but the detail is just a little lacking. I will give a bonus, but not full bonus, to the modifier.
Feels fair. Feels
Okay,
fair.
yeah.
It's just like a sad face on his face.
When I was like that T-Rex and then I just shrunk down in the T-Rex form, my ego was like, I was very inward focused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
was
wasn't really like
internal.
looking around that much, yeah.
So D20, his modifier -6.
Okay.
Pretty good for you guys. That's better than you guys normally would have on like the last couple of scries have just been straight. So
Oh, that face.
This is pulling up the stats.
This is, not, it was a success, but pulled down by the modifiers. I think. I'm trying to do the math again. Yeah.
But he's not on this plane, so it fails. Carry.
So, about a half hour into finally getting this drawing, Valentine sits down in this dusty, musty catacomb, and you begin focusing on this familiar ritual and focusing on this crystal ball and thinking about this man you knew who's become something far worse over time, and this like overwhelming, you don't get mad very often, but you get mad just being forced for the next 10 minutes to think about this figure who's caused so much pain to your friends and loved ones. And maybe through that scorn and through that spite and anger, you are taken into the vision of the scribe. And as you're drawn into this kind of cloudy mix within, you are in this just gray emptiness before the gray kind of begins to split and become more cloud. And then you are flying through cloud. And as your vision carries you across what looks like a somewhat graying landscape, you see the edges of mountains, and you see a long, wide, kind of rolling plain of sparse vegetation. You see a rather sizable shadow of force beneath. And in a flash, your vision passes, and you are face to face with this figure once more. Though different, changed. You recognize Egoth from the first encounters. His massive form is still massive, and now you see him astride a black stallion, mane aflame, and the flame licking up and around the infernal black plate metal that he wears. This heavy helm sits atop his head, but through the open eyes and kind of open, almost Spartan-like face, you see his gray skin beneath, and you see his eyes, and they glow red from beneath this helm. Something has definitely altered his form. He almost seems definitely less himself, and more something mutated, something new, something horrible. And he just rides. Make a perception check.
$19.
For a long time of this ritual, you're focused on Egoth and taking in what looks like a figure growing more and more dead or undead. You're not sure. And he doesn't seem to have the same intelligence behind these glowing red eyes as he once did. But nonetheless, still bears the black hand of war atop this flaming steed of his. And you manage to pull your sight back, and you look down, and you see riding maybe 7 feet from him to his left, you see another black stallion aflame and a figure atop it, cloaked in black robes. Difficult to make out exactly, but you get the glimpse of red skin holding the reins and the hint of horns from beneath the hood. With a 19, you're able to see even beyond him to another cloaked figure, this time cloaked in tattered gray robes. The hood down, and you see the frail form of Raymond Borealis. You can even see the black staff still in hand as he rides too, a black flaming stallion. The three leading the charge, and you just hear thunderous footsteps all around. A force follows them, follows the harbingers across the plains, and your vision breaks.
Well, I saw them. I got an army. Saw Yegoth. He looks very dead, but alive, riding a nightmare horse of fire and black flesh. Yegoth was there. Saw Throatier. Pretty sure I saw Raymond as well. Yeah, 3 harbingers. Black staff, black gauntlet, just Throatier's general bad attitude. So they're coming. What could I guesstimate in terms of how much of an army they had? Could I see that?
With the 19, it's focused very heavily on the figure and its immediate surroundings. So you were able to see that certainly, and you could hear a relatively large force from behind, all seemingly traveling on foot. You did not gather any large war machines or catapults, anything to that make. It did sound like there were potentially some other beasts, potentially beasts of burden or potentially beasts of war themselves, but a seemingly large force, more than a couple dozen, but you couldn't exactly guesstimate exactly how many, from a scry specific to a singular individual, unfortunately. But through the terrain, you can tell that they are riding across similar plains that you have traversed on your way here. They're within a day or two, but you know that no matter what. Yeah,
and they're not in the caves anymore, that's for sure. We got a rumor they were coming through the Underdark, so that's not true.
They seem to at least be beneath the same sky you are.
Oof, that gave me the willies, the I don't feel goods. So Hondo, if you could kill Gambino, Sierra, and then one of Raymond, Throatier, or Yegoth over the next 3 or 4 days, that'd be super.
Yeah, no pressure.
It seems like we might be better off to focus all our energy on Throatier and Raymond and forget about Gambino until after they are defeated.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good. If they're defeated, I mean, we knock them out, they keep coming back.
At the very least, forget it. I agree with Hondo in terms of remaining allies until that's no longer an option, or until the Black Staff presents itself. I don't know. If I was running an army, I wouldn't go in myself until I let the army do its job for a while. So we might not actually see any of them until... why waste your time if you know you can't even remotely get to the Black Staff yourself, or not the Black Staff, the side yourself.
Yeah.
Also, we don't have to worry about him turning on us because we know he's going to do it. So we're not going to be surprised when it happens. So let's just proceed as normal and just wait for him to do it.
All right. I'm sure.
You hear behind you Celine just scoff and chuckle, weakly behind, just kind of looking off into the darkness, just shaking her head.
I'll lean into Honda and be like, "She likes you, man. I really think she likes you."
She stands and kind of walks closer to your group, Valentine standing after this ritual, and the rest of you just kind of waiting for the next move. She just says, 6 of you, a couple of us, maybe a pirate and his band, against an army of hell. These are the odds, and you feel good about this?
We've faced shittier.
You faced shittier than this.
Yeah.
Actually, yes.
And you lost. You've told me this last night. You lost that.
We lost, but we came out with our lives, and still, you win, but you lose. You don't win everything. But you.
Well,
you
we
stop.
do. One of us, anyways. Perpetually. Everyone seems to forget that.
How do you mean, like one side wins?
No, one of my people dies.
Mm.
And this time, it's someone close to me. And his loss doesn't seem to matter. And she walks away, heading towards the stairs.
I begin to speak, but then just shut up. We should follow up with her later, but what do you guys think about trying to use our magic and our strength and cunning to fortify this island? I actually had an idea. If you wanted to take, like Lav with her cool stone stuff, I could try and use animate object to move some stuff around. Kyle, you mentioned there was a statue above, right?
There are 2 statues at the main kind of outer rotunda kind of garden area, which is no longer a garden, it's just a bunch of rubble. But there are still 2 statues that more or less are still standing overwatch of this kind of area. Inside, there's plenty of, there are pews and things, but nothing for your animate objects. There's the mask, but that's not really something you want to animate. The statues would be your best bet for something like that.
Do they have arms and legs, the statues?
Mm-hmm. At the very least, they seem to. They wear like kind of long like robes, so there's no defined legs. However, your understanding of the magic believes that they would create some manner of movement, but they do have free arms. And one of them was broken, but
I'll just use the non-broken one. Were they bigger than us, or was it like the same size as us?
No, they were about 9 feet tall.
Yeah, so I could try and animate one of those and use its strength to try and like help fortify. Like we just have another person to help strengthen stuff up, and then when the spell ends or whenever I want to cancel it, we could freeze her or it wherever we want it to be to help fortify more. Could do that to pews, could do that to other things, try and like barricade. If we know there's a bunch of undead coming here, I didn't see like any flying things, didn't see any big things. I'm sure they'll have some surprises for us, but we're on a bit of an elevated position. So if we can help fortify that, we know they have to come to this temple. There's some good places to hide. We have 2 explosive vials left. I think you and Blue Guy have one, right?
The real question is, when will the battle begin?
I think when they get here in a day.
What if we strike first? Take them by surprise.
Sure. What do you envision?
I say we send in a strike team of 3 people. If we can take one of them down early, it might help us the rest of the way.
Please elaborate. Mary, I want to hear the rest of it out.
Oh, it's one of those things where it's like, I wish I had a camera because my face right now. Which 3 people?
That's what I want to know.
Who's your strike force?
Who's your suicide squad?
I will allow volunteers to begin the process.
Are you leading this? So you need 2 volunteers? Or you?
Yes, I volunteer myself because naturally I am the strongest one here.
Strongest Avenger.
The one with the thickest skull, anyway.
I would go with you.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
And we need 1 more.
Guys, 3 people against an army and 3 harbingers?
Look, we are just trying to take one of the top guys out. We're not trying to take the army out. That's why it's a strike squad.
I'm aware of that, but they still have an army, and there's still 2 other people, and I'm pretty sure none of them probably need to sleep anymore. Isn't
What
that
if we
how
did-
undead shit works?
We
What
can
if
be pretty covert.
What if we did a bonus episode where it's you, me, and Gambino? Do a separate recording, see what happens for 4 hours, we do a strike in, and then we come back and see who's still alive. You froze up because the plan's so good. Oh, now you're back.
I like the idea of hitting first. I just think it might be smart to do it from a distance. If we can get Gambino's ship to kind of patrol the area we think they might be coming from.
If we get Gambino's ship to do your strike force plan and rain hellfire down on them. That's pretty tight.
Well, why don't you talk to him and see if he'll do that?
My fear is the more I talk to him, the more he will sense that I want to backstab him.
Well, don't do it. Get someone more trustworthy, more.
Look at our group right now. Look at them. Now, exclude Brawley. Which one of these people has a trustworthy face?
Well, why can't Brawley talk to him?
Because Brawley's the sweetest human alive. I mean, she could talk to him. She could talk to him.
Brawley
But is
will
it-
not harm.
Is it
And
the
Brawley
cat guy with a mask on? Is it the purple-haired one?
Are you talking to me?
The purple-haired one is also one who can talk very well.
Yeah.
Oh my god, thank you.
But sell Gambino on this idea.
What if you talk to Gambino? The long-lost son shows up, and instead of killing him, he offers a deal.
More likely not going to work. I will put that aside. But
Hey.
I think we need to strike first. However we do it. Maybe we all go. Our strike team will be all of us. We just try and take one of them out.
So I don't disagree with the sentiment, but it's the getaway plan after that. I'm not sure how that happens. Like, how do we?
Dimension door?
I can take one of you.
And that also is only 500 feet.
Lav can take one. Mary can take one once with a cube.
And then the rest fly on the carpet. Perfect.
Goes 30 feet. Those nightmare horses look pretty quick.
I'll cast a fog cloud and it will disguise everything.
Yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you about your fog cloud plan, actually. Every fight we go into, I find I can't see the enemy or my allies because you fart out this fog cloud in nervousness.
The less you see, the better it is.
Sure.
Admittedly, I think it's with good intention, but between that and the wall of water, they tend to impede us more than the other team. Or, you know, when Gord put the wall of fire up and I was the only thing that got injured. Oh, speaking of which, these are all hell people. Remember, fireballs, all you fireball trigger happy people, they're probably not going to be as effective
I don't know if it is,
on
but
the big bads.
I will set the Warden of the Fate afire after seeing that hell horse, Kyle.
Let's take a vote. Are we going to strike first? Or are we going to wait for them?
Please lead the vote.
Okay, I want to hear all eyes who support this idea.
Great. I support it.
Okay, all nays.
I also nay it.
I am remaining cautious, and I don't love the idea of sending ourselves into shit where we could have the high ground and the preparation. So I'm going to agree with Valentine in terms of I like the sentiment. I'm afraid to just blast on through there
Hondo, can I pitch you
without backup.
an equally insane but perhaps it works plan? We heard from someone here that there is a night walker, night stalker, some sort of terrifying undead creature that seems to rile up all the other undead things. What if we send a strike team in of one to liaison with the night stalker walker, or provoke it into chasing you? I'm sorry, you just for example, into the army of the hell, and then you lead those undead against that undead. What do you think about this plan?
I don't think it will work, but it's very interesting.
Forget about it.
It's also potentially, we talked about this last time, it's potentially interesting with Gord's ability to potentially control these things.
Yeah.
But if that fails, we're fucked.
Yeah.
One thing while we're on this topic, keeping in mind the multitude of plans you have and the timeline,
What plans?
because
Yeah, we gotta.
it's just thinking about where you want to be when you want to execute these plans. The Nightwalker plan involves it being nighttime, and previously discussed Gordon and Hondo hiding out inside the catacombs. Obviously, can't dominate anything from within the catacombs. You guys need to position where you're going to be best utilized, and remember that, okay, well, I can't be here if I also need to be out here. but just trying to keep the timeline in mind.
The timeline we don't necessarily know.
Well, you know that at the very least, the biggest shit's going to kick off at night, because that's the undead. Don't do shit until the sun is down and night falls. The full moon is when the biggest of the stuff is going to hit, because that's just kind of generally what is happening with this whole ritual. But you still have the whole day of the day to see what happens.
I think I like it. I think all the shit we're going to be causing, we'll see how much that the dead were attracted, someone said, when Gambino's crew were making a lot of noise the other night. They attracted them away from us. We're going to be making a shit ton of noise. We're going to have a giant ship blasting crap down. There's going to be explosions, probably. Like, the undead are going to get drawn here. That thing might just come, because things are loud enough as it is. If that happens, if we can find a way to control it, great. If it adds more chaos to, everything else going on, great. That might also be an opportunity to be like, Gambino, this is your problem now. Get your ship to lead this thing away and make as much noise in the opposite direction as possible. Right? A way to separate him from the ship. That might just have to come as it may. It may not show up at all. I just don't want to put all our eggs in that basket. But I like the idea of being prepared should it show up.
Hondo, what should we call you when you wear the hat of disguise as a Valar monk?
Well, am I going to be blending in with all the monks, or am I going to be standing out as like a super monk?
I think you will be part of their monk order. We could work on a backstory tonight, but I think we know your name because we might need to yell at you. Hey,
call me Reginald Greenwald.
Reggie.
No, Reginald, not Reggie.
Reginald.
Got it.
Reg, gotcha. R. Okay,
Greenwald?
That's great. No one refer to Hondo in front of Gambino as Hondo.
How is it that
Reginald.
Kevin can come up with a name in half a second,
He's
and
got
I
that
can't
shit blocked.
name anything for
Or-
years?
Or pick a last name for Mary.
I still can't pick a last name for my character, guys. She just doesn't have one at this point.
So timeline-wise, Hell, were you going to say something?
No, I can't remember all this guy's names. He's pirate, he's blue, he's this name now.
Yeah. He was Roymond at one point. I'm happy you weren't here for that. It was a low moment. Timeline. Hell shows up at night. So do the zombies. They start coming this way. We have fortified the island. Gambino shows up with his crew. I imagine he has a strike force of his best, and then some scattered pirates maybe around this island in the ship overhead. We hold off the dead and the hell people until perhaps the full moon is high in the sky, until we get some sort of signal that we should pull back into the temple. When we do pull back into the temple, we should come up with some sort of phrase or code word. That's, I think, when Hondo, you got to get there first. Gord, maybe you try and get there first. And hide, because that's when we could do our strike on Gambino, when we pull down into the temple.
But again, I thought we don't want to do anything to him until we've defeated the others.
Now, I don't think we're going to defeat the others, I'll be honest.
Or get them to run away, whatever.
I honestly don't think we're going to get them to run away either. I think I would love if that's true. I don't know if we have the strength to do that. I do expect we'll fall back. They'll still be hot on their heels, but I think that is the time we betray Gambino. I
would think, rather than defeating them, Hondo, how about a time until we can hold them off somehow? Whether that's, we have to fall back and we can barricade ourselves in that temple to kind of, it's just us, Gambino and Sierra, until they're able to bust through, a bunch of walls of stone or whatever the fuck it is. I understand what you're saying. You don't want to fight both of them at the same time.
That's the problem. We're going to suddenly have two enemies now.
Yeah, totally. We did this to ourselves.
And we will be at less than 100% most likely.
Yep. Remember when you snuck in Gambino's lair and tried to bribe him and shit went bad? That's when this all started. That's when this insanity started. We're in it. I think a good idea, kind of, Mary, you were hinting at this, maybe we use one of these bombs and we set a trip where if we all pull back into this, we explode one of our vials to cave in that entrance, the tunnel, and that's where we make our stand with a bunch of rubble separating us. Because, we got magic. In a pinch, we could try and get out. But if we can put rubble in between us, I think that's a good idea. What do you guys think?
It works.
Amanda, your stone wall, it has hit points, right?
Mm-hmm.
How
But
many?
it also
It's concentration.
It all
Concentration.
depends.
Yeah, it depends on how thick it is. But yeah, it's concentration, so it has to last for the entirety of the spell before it's permanent?
I mean, no, of course, but I'm pretty sure, like, in terms of, depending on how many hit points it have, it might hold people off for, like, a round. Like,
In a pinch, yeah.
Alana and I, if we put our minds to it, can put easily 100 points of damage into something in 6 seconds. So it might buy us a little bit of time, is what I'm saying. And then you might not have to concentrate for that long, because it's probably just going to get busted up anyway. But it's a big spell for you, which I understand.
I could also use the gate gem or apparatus to create a gate to Carval's lair and put that over something. Like, if we made a small enough hole, I could have that entire portal encompass that entrance, so that if someone couldn't get into the entrance unless they teleported through. But if it was a bunch of zombies, they would just stumble in to this other space, and that could last a minute. I think is the longest I can do it.
I'd like to avoid using that in front of Gambino and Sierra, considering
Yes,
they would very much want to have that.
just another idea.
It's an interesting idea. I like the idea of using that to block off a space.
But then there's 2 fights. Gambino, maybe we fight in the catacombs, and if we survive that, and we pull back again, if that starts to get overrun, we pull back into the lower chamber. We try and shut off that only entrance in the mausoleum, and then we wait for the Keeper's Sight to show up. We wait for Quinn to commit seppuku to prevent the Keeper's Sight from falling in the bad hands. Then Keeper's Sight doesn't fall in the bad hands, and we've saved the day, but we're just alone with the army of hell. And maybe the pirates are still alive. But at that point, we could either plane shift away to have another nice Kyoto DJ'd beach party in the Feywild, or try and teleportation circle to the place we agreed not to talk about. We got ourselves a plan. Let's fucking go.
Let's at the very least start. I think we need to call a team meeting with the group upstairs. Get everyone who's, not... I know they stay up all night, so anyone who's conscious, if we can get their hands. Alana, I think we'll be able to use you and Keith as well. Get that big boy to move around some giant rocks. And try to see what we can do to this place to make it a little more battle ready.
Maybe we should try and keep Keith during the fight, I don't know, in the catacombs or in the lower interior chamber. Just, I don't want any zombies sneaking up on our boy.
I feel like he can handle himself against a couple fucking zombies. It's the vow I'm concerned about.
What about a horde of 20 to 30 zombies, like a tidal wave?
I mean, hopefully, if we can figure out...
Fast?
If we
my
can...
sweet boy.
Just run, kid.
I think we can keep the zombies at bay. I think between the fact that, Hondo said he fought a bunch the other night, so we'll see what he says there. But I think zombies would be a little slow getting up that slope. It was a pain in the ass. If we can fortify that enough, we might not have to deal with zombies, but the vow might have to deal with zombies. Which would be
So did you actually fight those guys the other night?
Yeah, he did. He said he killed like 5 of them.
How easy was it to kill them?
They're zombies. They barely fight you.
Oh, so it was just like not even impressive then that you killed them.
Well, I mean,
The truth comes out,
with
Hondo.
a lot around you, it does become challenging. But I was going to say, could any of us summon one of our deities to get the dead on our side?
the Raven Queen, but that's not really...
I could try and talk to... I mean, you could try and talk to the Raven Queen, who's like a leader in lost souls and the dead.
It would give us an army against an army.
Yeah, so my dude, you should ask the Raven Queen. I'll ask my girl Titania, the Summer Queen. We'll just see what she's up to if my connection to her ever comes back.
Gord has some undead shit connections.
Gord, you've done some spooky shit. You once created a zombie, scared the shit out of us. Maybe.
Yeah, Gord, do you have anything that can...
You know, we never really asked you. I have the Summer Queen. Hondo's a worshiper of the Raven Queen. Who do you get your power from? Do you talk to any deity?
Mainly just myself. I just believe in myself very strongly.
Well, I believe in you too.
Thanks.
I read the fortune cookie the other day that if you believe in yourself, others will too.
A fortune cookie.
it's this thing in Verdansia. We went out to lunch. Mary, you have this guy on your palm. Have you ever tried talking to Bahamut and asking for help?
I've done. I'm not exactly a spiritual person. I don't really know how it works. I think I've tried half-heartedly before.
I'd love to talk to you about the power of prayer and worship if you have a few moments.
All right. Maybe.
Oh my god. We could talk about it after our team meeting upstairs.
Yeah, let's go have a team meeting. Let's see what we can do here.
Oh my gosh, I have so much to tell you later though. It's really interesting.
Great. Just clench my fist. Yeah, let's go try to gather the troops upstairs and see what we can accomplish.
As you guys make your way up the stairs and back out through the temple, you don't see anybody immediately within. However, you can see Quinn is making his way back across the island towards the temple, having walked all the way down towards the tower and making his way back to you now. You don't have eyes on Celine right yet. Actually, you don't really see anybody else right now, but that's not overly surprising either. But Quinn is making his way towards you.
Hey, Quinn.
Your letter is on its way. We can only hope.
Appreciate that. Got a good feeling about this. I think it's going to go well. That actually reminds me, I don't know if they would be any help whatsoever, but Brawley, don't you have a sending stone to Haldor or someone from...
I do.
I don't know if it may be worth sending a warning to them that something's about to go down, just in case it goes bad.
Yeah, I can do that for sure.
Let's get a message to your sister.
Yeah, I was thinking that might be good to have her.
Quinn, yeah, she'd be really interested to know who we're about to see. Quinn, is there any way you could gather your people?
Oh, sure. Yeah, give me just a few minutes. Perhaps just wait out here.
Sure.
He makes his way towards the kind of sleeping quarters, and in about 5-ish minutes has roused the 5 other, or 6 other, 5 other Valar monks. You do not see Celine amongst them, but you do recognize the others of this kind of group. 3 of which are just kind of being roused from sleep, but 2 of which are pulled down from their kind of positions atop walls and up in the tower, as you've seen them kind of keeping sentinel.
Just for clarification, so is that 5 including Quinn?
So 6 included Quinn, so Quinn and 5 others.
And Celine's not there, so it would be 7.
Would be 7 total.
7.
As we're waiting for them, I'm just going to get a piece of paper from either Lab or Val, I guess, and just start sketching out like the island and trying to like make notes of where there's rubble and all that stuff, and just start trying to draw up plans.
Yeah, you see there is a massive kind of chunk of rubble to the western wall of the temple that is kind of blown down and eroded and broken, but that could be used elsewhere. There are large chunks that have kind of fallen around. You can see there are remnants of other structures that may have once been a part of this island, and remnants of, there is like about a 10-15 foot section of the stone bridge still on this side of the island that then crumbles away into the bay beneath. But there are plenty of rubble there that you can utilize from big chunks of this massive stone bridge that all you kind of you can definitely utilize. And it's a relatively large island, not huge, but in terms of covering for your purposes, you're looking at a couple hundred feet in width and like 2,000 feet in length. It's a large area.
And so where the temple, is it right in the middle or is it on a specific side?
It is on the north, it takes up the majority of it's actually not necessarily towards the city. The island kind of sits in the middle of this horseshoe bay, with the vast part of the city off to the east, and then a smaller section of city in the dock area to the west. So you guys, it's just kind of this small area that looks like it's taken the brunt of erosion and damage, and seems like an unused section of city. Not that the other is used, but the temple itself sits on the northwestern corner of this island.
The area that's all beat up, that would be like towards the seaside, like eventually the sea's out that way.
Sort of, yeah. It would be on the southwestern facing wall.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll just walk around the area, waiting for people to gather, just taking stock of what we have.
Okay. Within the time, they're gathered. They wait, and Quinn just gestures to them and says, to you, sorry, and says, as you all know, we are facing more this time than we have in our past. Not only the undead come to our shores, but a seeming force, several numbers, all championing the Nine Hells. And they seek to end this all. These fellows here are going to aid us in this fight. And we've put word out to the rest of the Valar to see if we can get some reinforcements, though that is but a hope. But follow their lead. We will hold them off as long as we can to see this done. But any kind of gestures to you all. Take it away.
All right. We're going to need your hands. We need to. This place is. I mean, it's suited you so far, but it's not exactly going to suit a force of who knows how many coming up against us. We need to try to create as many kind of battlements as possible, get this place ready, as Quinn said, to defend against both undead, potentially, hopefully, if we don't have to deal with as much of that, and we can just focus on the force coming at hand. If you're willing, we have some work to do. I'm just going to... I have a few ideas, but we'll see what else Different thinks of too. I'd like to try to get some people potentially help it using Keith, as well as Lana, to get a bunch of the rubble kind of like lined up along the shore-ish area, so that like it would potentially make it even more difficult for people to climb up over the edge. But also, if we need to, we could push the rocks down as people are like trying to climb up, or like there's a force there, we could use that to kind of make little mini avalanches of rock in certain areas. We'll have to look at, see maybe the areas where it's like looks like it'd be easier to climb up, because I'd imagine there's areas that's like, well, that's not even bother, and then there's areas where more people kind of go up and down.
Yeah, there's certainly more obvious pathways that you could choose to block off. Okay,
I think I'd start there, and then as well have a couple of the less ginormous rocks, just piles of like kind of ammunition style things ready to go, in case we ever, people can use them for just literally just chucking rocks at zombies, or we have catapult or something like that, right? We have a couple different things like that. Glab has telekinesis that could chuck rocks at people. Anything like that, just trying to make little piles of debris and piling things up to potentially close up gaps in the building, give ourselves little hidey holes and stuff like that.
Yeah, you looking at the structure of the temple itself, it doesn't look that there's much you can do in ways of repair to try and shore up the temple. It would be a full reconstruction of an entire side of it, and even one of the towers. That's
an option in terms of we could add a wall of stone if we thought that it needed to be a little more closed in. But
I think that's a good idea.
But Lavender, how many of those do you have, or how many are you willing to use?
I have about 3 of them if I do nothing else.
Okay.
And we have different options too, because there's 30 hit points per inch of thickness, and I can make them thicker. They just have to be more stout.
We can upcast that too, can't we, Kyle? Use a higher spell slot for it?
It doesn't. I don't think it increases anything, but you can use a higher spell slot to do more.
Just to make more of them.
But the key point of the wall to make it permanent is you have to do the full cast and then do the next one. So it is a long process, but it creates a permanent structure. What's the length of those, Amanda?
10 foot by. So the wall is 6 inches thick and is comprised of 10 foot by 10 foot panels. Each panel must be, alternatively, you can create 10 by 20 foot panels at 6 inches thick. So 10 by 10, 10 by 10 at 6 inches or 20 by 10 at 3 inches. And each inch is 30 hit points.
And you can create, I had so much math. You can create 10 foot by 10 foot panels. You can always create 10 of them.
That's what I was trying to figure out is how many. So like 10 by 10s is like 100 feet of wall, right?
It's pretty dope. Yeah.
Oh, that's really long.
So you can either do 10 by 100, but it's just saying 10 foot by 10 foot panels. So what, in theory, you could do like
Panel.
Yeah, like you could do some that are like 3 panels high. Like it's not like it has to be exactly that long or whatever, right?
They just need to be connected in some manner.
That's the thing.
That's the contiguous.
Could you just go like this?
It's like they're Lego blocks, and it like you just decide how many blocks and what.
Exactly. It's a graham cracker. If you're making
Yeah.
Oh my god, I was thinking graham crackers. That's so
It's the
weird.
best way to think about it.
Maybe there's like gingerbread house season.
That's the best way to think about it. They have to connect.
So funny. I was trying to say that.
So that's the difference of the 3 versus 6 inch panels is you can get longer or taller panels, however you want to think of it, but they're thinner.
We can make a really dope fort.
We can make a lot of shit.
It lasts 10 minutes, and then once 10 minutes is done, it's permanent.
The other key component of the spell that we didn't play with, like when you were making like shelters and stuff like that, but I kind of just like, it didn't matter. It didn't make a difference. But in terms of actually making a fortification and utilizing it for these purposes, it does need to be connected to stone. So it's not, so part of it is like, you're kind of, it's almost like a stone shaping thing where like you need a source and then it connects from there. So like it's not like you could drop this in the middle of a desert.
Shit, I was literally thinking of, I wish I had this when we were in that Kel Desert.
That could have been
That's
cool.
so funny.
There
We
were
just
plenty
create,
of
like,
red rock there to work with.
I just create like a pizza oven that we live in. Like that would have been hot.
Yeah, y'all would have cooked.
Could you create it off of another wall of stone though? So like if the fort is, if the temple has stone, you create like a little thing off that. Could you then create later another one off the wall of stone?
As long, I think, where's the line? So the wall doesn't need to be vertical or rest on any firm foundation. So you can kind of have fun with it being, like the example they use is you can create a bridge where it doesn't need anything in between. But this line is important. It must, however, merge with and be solidly supported by existing stone. So
supported by, which means the ground.
Both sides, or in some fashion, both ends need to hit stone.
Cool, that makes sense.
So in theory, yes, I think you could essentially, like, as long as there's stone at the base of this 10-foot panel, you can then continue from there and keep going.
Cool.
But it's just making sure you have stone in between.
So the temple has stone, right?
Temple is made of stone and is on kind of a stone foundation, like a natural stone foundation. So you can utilize the wall to either shore up this, or as you had previously talked about, using it inside to create a barrier.
Yeah.
What's the like base of this island? Is it like Canadian Shield Island, like up north, or is it?
Seems to be rock and like there's lots of sand and shale and small stone, but it seems like this kind of upcropping is a large base of stone.
I would say it might be worth it to try to create ourselves like a funnel or a like towards where we think they're going to come from. Even like 2 walls to kind of create a, like a gate that they'll have to come through. And we could potentially station Warforged on them, or on the other side, we could do like battlements. You said, Kyle, you said before, I can't remember if it was on the stream or just to me, that you could do like battlements with like arrow slits in them.
I thought part of the spell was, you can crudely shape the wall to create crenulations, battlements, and so on. So it's crude, but still, you don't need much for a dip in stone to make a spot to put arrows and crossbows through.
The watchtowers you said are they made of stone?
The watchtower, there's only the the towers of the temple. There are towers in the temple that are made of stone as well, but two of them are still like standing relatively well. But the watchtower itself, where they kind of keep watch from on the south end of the island, it is also made of stone.
In that south end of the island with that tower, is that closest to the city itself?
They're almost kind of in a straight line.
That's right.
Think of the island as like a teardrop. So like the bulk part of the island is on the north end of this bay, and it kind of comes down to a small, less pointed point, a curved point, and the tower kind of sits at that point and is closest to the actual ocean.
And the teardrop, the island is parallel, like you're saying, to the city, like in terms of like watchtower, temple.
They're same distance from anything else in the city.
Cool. Then I think we focus on fortifying just the side that's closest to the island. Like we could use the bridge. We could like help fortify the temple. We could really use Wellstone and Lav. She's going to come in really handy. I don't know if she's ready to do all this work. But like just fucking make a really cool wall of stone battlement, 100 feet per cast. We can do some cool shit.
Mm-hmm. That's why time is of the essence here.
So let's do it. Let's do a quick speech to the Valar, and then I think we just get fortifying.
Okay.
Valar, this is what you trained for. This is what your entire order stands for. We're just 6 fuck-ups who happen to get here to try and help you out to stop the forces of hell from being unleashed across this place. The main goal here is we gotta let our boy Quinn do his business on the night of the full moon so that the Keeper's Scythe and Sirius remain uncorrupted. That's it. I think, Quino, you should be close to the temple. I think that's where you should be at all times. And the rest of us could fan out and just keep having walls to fall back on. Like if we could have an exterior wall, that's the main one, and we feel like that's getting overrun, we reset up and we just keep falling back closer and closer to the temple. What do you guys think? And by the way, if you guys have any ideas of where to fortify this best, maybe you could help us plan this stuff out.
And says, fortifying the temple at least gives us a choke point that forces anything, funnels anything through, like your friends here have said already. This is our ground. Our faith will keep us safe within, at least as much as it can. And that would be where I would hope that we can make our last stand. But it is wise to have these outer battlements, as you say, keep anything, one, from having a straight shot running straight through and overrunning us, and two, we may not be as skilled as you with weaponry, but as your fighter friend here has mentioned, we may make use of some projectiles here. We've got good arms.
Okay, good. Do any of you have any divine abilities, powers to, what's the word? Prevent dead from crossing? Does the temple have that ability?
Unfortunately, no. As she is the matron of the fallen, there's less protections for such a thing, as it's also become unhallowed in its corruption in the first place.
We have pirates coming. Quinn is familiar with them. We rescued Quinn from them. We are not their friend. They will be our enemy eventually, but they have agreed to help us, to aid us, to fight these forces of hell as they try and overrun this island. They do desire the Keeper's Scythe. We have lied to them. I'll be honest with you. We may continue to lie to them when they get here because it's important that they aid us in this battle. So if you hear anything, please know that our hearts are in the right place, but we may have to lie. We may have to do things that look unjust, but we'll make it right. And we have no desire to see the Keeper's Scythe be corrupted or go into any hands that it should not be in.
Make a persuasion check.
Finally, a good roll. 24. Nope, that's lavender. It's like, I'm better than that. 28.
On the outset of that side of this kind of speech, you can hear some amongst the few of them, just some change in attitude, some pulling back, some almost mild murmurs of discontent. But as you come to finish and state the true purpose and understand that there is some trickery being done, but for the right reasons, that at least their group seems to understand and nod along, and seem to be ready to and willing to act.
And I'll say this too. I told this to Celine, and maybe some of you heard when we first got here, but when we were in a tight spot, we were in the Shadowfell once, and it was followers of the Raven Queen who aided us, who helped save my sister's soul, her very soul. So on her soul, on my soul, we are with you. And I think it is important to this next fight that we do have faith in the Raven Queen. Some of you may question your faith in quiet moments, especially against these insurmountable odds, but through trusting each other, through leaning on each other, and through believing in higher powers, we're going to get through this.
Well said.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, okay, I think that's it. If you guys want to help us fortify, tell us where we should put some blocks, I think we should get started.
Our hands are yours. Give us orders.
So what if... Is there any map you have prepared that we could see?
Not for the island, because the island is huge.
Okay.
Like, I'll pull up what I do have just for... I just dropped a bunch of shit. Don't worry about it.
Because
okay.
I'm fine with just haphazardly saying we do some walls of stones, create layers to fortify this island, use animate objects to try and bring rubbles of rock that people could throw.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna... I'll show you the island as I have drawn, but it's very crude. Very crude drawing.
No, this is perfect. This is perfect.
Gives you guys at least an idea of the size of the island and the scope of what you're looking at.
And Bridge is where Bridge used to go to the mainland, right?
Bridge, yeah. This would be towards the city. This is just bay and emptiness down here. The cardinal directions are as they are. So temple with this kind of outside garden rotunda area. This is like the bunker area that's kind of like a thatched roof. It's low thatched roof, and then only has the one entrance there, just in case you wanted to try and use that in some capacity. Temple, or the tower, lying at the far side of the island there. So from my understanding of what you guys are talking about, you would be fortifying this wall here and this kind of broken tower. This area here is what you were talking about, potentially fortifying from within. Mm-hmm. And then are utilizing this area, creating these multi-layered kind of rounded battlements, for lack of... I guess that's what they are, is walls and fallback points.
Yep.
Utilizing this same kind of area. Come on, there we go.
Yeah, I love that. I think that's what we're going to do.
And then, Mary, to your point, for areas of rising up and getting onto the island, you can see this side is a little bit of the easier to access, whereas this side is just harder terrain. So you get an idea that this whole side is less of a focus, and this kind of basically this whole northern edge and around the wall of the bridge seem to be the best access points, with maybe one or two small points down at the south, but they would have to be coming in from the sea up here, essentially. You have to come all the way around to get up that way. So you think that fortifying around here and up here is your best position for any rock and fortifying.
And how tall is the sand up to? Remember where you talked about you have to scale up to get to the island?
Mm-hmm. It's in spaces. It's a little all over the place, but you gather about 10 to 15 feet. No, 15 to 20 feet maybe. No, 10 to 15 is right.
So maybe if we have some of the later spell slots left, we could use Wall of Stone to try and do walls on an angle fanning out, just to make it harder to climb up. Like you couldn't climb up the sand, and then we'd have to go back to try and go above. Maybe we could do that around the bridge.
Keep in mind that around the bridge for sure you could do that around the bridge, but at your longest it's going to be, I suppose, 10 by 20. That gives you a 200-foot wall, but thin, or a 100-foot wall. And in length, in kind of at its bulkiest part, you're looking at about 800 feet in width, this island. The full length is about 2,400 feet from tip to tip, and the width closer down at the kind of close point is 360 feet. So for perspective, 360 feet at its point is about the width of a football field. So it's a big area up top. It's about 2.5.
Okay, yeah. Why don't we start with the temple and then just see where we go from there?
Yeah, because it's going to be, Lavender is going to have 3 casts today.
She's got, but she can keep upcasting it today.
But even still, how many spell slots does she have?
I only have 1 upcast.
Yeah.
How many spells do you have left?
I have 2 fifth, 1 upcasted. So I total.
She's got 3 slots.
We don't want her to use any tomorrow because we're going to need those spells tomorrow.
So that's what I was saying. But the other thing you could do, Lavender, obviously it's your choice. You do have the ability to transfer your spell sorcery points and create spell slots. Though I know there's a whole table, how much that costs. I don't know if there's a limit. Sometimes there are up to 5th level as maximum. So it's something to just check out for you as part of your class.
I thought it was a 4th. That's what was confusing me.
Yeah, Wall of Stone's a big one. Yeah, the Wall of Fire and Wall of Water.
I have 10 sorcery points out of 11.
Yeah, so does it say there should be a chart that should give you a translation of this many sorcery points for this spell slot?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 1-to-1.
Yeah, here it is right here.
I'm pretty sure it's 1-to-1.
A 5th would cost 7. If you click it, it'll help you. Go down a bit. Keep going down. Oh yeah, there it is.
So the other thing, Jesus, we're getting into real nitty-gritty math here. You can do that.
Spell, though.
Burn some of your low-level spells for sorcery points, create another 5th level spell, burn low-level spells for sorcery points, create 5th level spell. It's just a lot of fucking about.
I think we do it.
Oh.
Yeah, you can go the other way, too.
I was like, what? Got it. That's cool.
So this is the one in a few moments where the nitty-gritty math of the sorcerer really can come in super handy, where you really need these spells.
I'm gonna start writing this down.
Super cool.
If you want to start, I don't know if you have to roll for it. I'm gonna figure out how many we can do.
There's no rolling necessarily. At most, what I'll have you do is, I suppose, we're gonna do a little bit of. If anyone else has any inputs that they want to do, from what I have right now, Mary is kind of calling the shots. Mary is going to be kind of the architect. Lavender is going to be the actual fucking constructor, the builder here. And the rest of you, if you have any ideas and how you want to implement certain items and things, and Mary, if you want to delegate some stuff, you can go nuts. But Mary, off the hop, I'm going to get you to give me a straight intelligence check.
Okay.
Lavender, I'm going to get you to give me a straight charisma check.
Okay. Natural 20.
Ooh, good roll.
She's smart.
That's a 21.
I also got a natural 20.
Holy shit.
Yes. Come
What a great
through.
moment.
Come through.
Perfect.
Us walking up to the construction site doo-doo.
Perfect. Okay, the
Ponzo,
Mary.
get me a sandwich.
That's the face he
Hondo
has when you
freeze?
order a sandwich.
Definitely need to hear it.
Is he frozen?
I think he is frozen.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Wait, he came
pick.
back instantly.
Hey,
There he is.
I didn't have time to take a picture of him.
Did you go to get me the sandwich?
Hondo, you missed a great moment.
You did. You unfortunately missed something fun. But you can watch it back in like 6 months. Mary, you're the shot caller. What do you want to get started first? Where do you want this first wall?
I would say if we can try to, we have 3 walls. I missed where I kind of lost internet for half a second. So I missed at the beginning when you were showing the map where the entrance side to the temple was.
So there's this kind of rotunda area here that is like kind of archways. And then this 2 statues are here, and you go through this entrance here. But this whole wall is currently open, and this tower is kind of broken in, so you can go in through here as well. The idea, as far as I understood, was to fortify with a wall to stop that entrance.
Yeah, I would say we do that first, and we kind of make it in terms of like maybe even angle it out a little bit more, or curve it around so that it's a little more secure, and try to make those into like battlements.
Okay. Lavender, you do have the choice of making it either the 10 by 20 or the 10 by 10. In this case, 10 by 10 will suit you fine to get you a 100-foot wall of thicker stone, and you are able to create, as long as this is what you want to do, create a full protective 10 by 10 foot wall with a slight curve out to it, and with your natural 20 and Mary's kind of direction, give several very cleanly designed open spaces for battlements and slits and archways for arrows, crossbows, for you guys with magic to sling out. You will have very clean shots out anywhere south and west.
I do like also little patterns like every other in like I put like a crystal in it.
Nice.
And it looks dope.
Yeah.
Could you like
each panel
inlay
that connects with,
like inlay little like tiny stone steps so that we could get like up on top of the side if we want to?
Fuck yeah. Great
Yeah.
idea. This is where that nat 20's coming through.
Picture
Mary.
this,
That's one you can pull a little bit of extra
Picture this
stone
like
out.
frozen with the water and the ice,
yeah,
but
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like
Stone.
and like it's like glittery shit.
Yeah, it comes together. It takes you I guess it's only an action to actually go through the cast of pulling it together, but with the natural 20, with the control of your magic, you bring it to life and then shape it, and you pull across and shape each battlement, and you pull, and the stone along the base kind of juts inward ever so slightly, giving you a little bit of a step up. And you're now just going to focus on that for the next 10 minutes.
Imagine I imagine lavender stone being like, you know, when you're driving up north and there's like the pink granite, like sparkly sides, and then the like roads end up kind of being that like pink sparkle.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Dope.
So
There's like some amethyst bursting from areas. It's great.
Yeah, it is a very multicolored stone, and it like blends from this gray drab base and then becomes more flavored to lavender style
Fabulous.
as it rises up. But that basically covers your full western southwestern edge of the temple in a 10 by 10 6-inch thick wall with appropriate battlements and steps. So that one, good to go. Mary, you also, this is just basically just been the 2 of you, but you can also delegate to the rest of the Valar to do, you had suggested just gathering stone in certain places, gathering throwable stone in large chunks.
Yeah, I think even just like while Lavender and I are doing this, like trying to get their input in terms of like where they would want to be stationed, and like making little like alcoves for them and little spots for like where they think they would want to, be protected by.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think just getting their inputs. They know this island better than anyone else.
They suggest, and I'll continue like both of the natural 20 for your intelligence check. They suggest that the northeastern side from the edge of the temple around to the edge of the bridge would be the best spot for them to hold down anything coming from the city as well as anything coming from the northwest. That's going to be the most obvious entry point. And they say focusing there with walls and stone and battlements there will be your best bet. But also make note that it would be good to have stone and protections from the undead to the south around the tower, because the undead can come from the sea.
Right. Okay. So we only have 2 left.
But what I'm saying here is with someone else from the party and the help of the Valar, they can begin a check to move these larger chunks of stone and start amassing the smaller piles as well.
Okay, I would say in terms of like using the chunks of stone to stop the undead from coming up, I might ask like Alana and Keith to help out with moving some of those too. Okay. In terms of trying to get some of the bigger chunks that are like probably not going to be easy to like push down and like pull down people, but just to flat out, and maybe like trees or whatever the fuck we can get our hands on to try to build up that south edge. Mm-hmm. That's just going to basically be, let's hope people can't get over this. And then on the side where more of like the Vow are coming, that's where I'd like to put the kind of slightly smaller pieces, which will still be hard to get up over, but that we could also roll down onto them.
Okay. Then if Allie and Keith want to helm that, Alana, can you give me an athletics check at advantage with Keith and the Valar monk's help?
Oh, okay.
Through sacrificing her sorcery points and then sacrificing every single spell slot she has to keep regaining sorcery points, she could do 5 more casts.
Okay, let's not burn all her spells.
But tonight, why not?
What if undead or something come in the middle of the night? What if we have no idea? What if something happens?
Cantrip. Okay,
it's up to you. Like, it's whatever you want to do, Amanda. We could also just put layers of these panels in front of each other so that it's thicker.
For the time being, we'll go through each one as you do it.
That's just if she wanted to, she could have this many.
You have the maximum of a potential of 8 walls.
Yes.
But for the time,
a lot of stone.
I could build the city.
Yeah, you could. Yeah,
the key point there, though, being you need connection to stone.
And 10 minutes and stone.
Yeah, the 10 minutes is a little inconsequential at this point, just because there's nothing is harrying you at the moment. You have, at the very least, as far as you can tell, nothing coming just yet. As you guys break into about mid-afternoon at this point.
Could I be using during this? Because this is a brand new day from when we came back, right?
Came back from Gambino dinner.
Yeah.
This is the next day.
So I have some spells back. I just need to change that. Could I use animate object? Ooh, it's a 5th. I'll just wait. I'll wait until this is done to figure out where we would need some last minute things.
Okay. One thing of note with animate object, I think the time is only a minute.
Yes. Actually, I thought it was longer. I'll check for you.
Hey, Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're right.
Do you think that one day we won't have to fight anyone bad anymore?
My dream.
I mean, there's always going to be bad people.
But do you think one day that we could just be in one spot? Because I think that with you and me, we could make a pretty cool city.
Admittedly, this would have been very helpful when my city was gone to shit a couple months ago.
Oh,
maybe one day if we all get through this.
You could tell me about that one day.
Sure.
Allie, would you roll for your athletics?
I rolled an 18, so 28.
Between yourself and Keith, Keith especially being able to just smash into these larger chunks of rock, get his horns low, and just flip it up and just roll down. You're able to just, Keith alone is able to just smash through a bunch of these larger chunks that are down towards the south end of the island. And with your direction and strength, along with the Valar, you're able to actually amass a fair amount over an hour of a relatively large wall of medium to large stone along the south edge that in theory could be smashed through and cause like a full landslide of rock down the full southern edge, or taken apart and used as individual kind of medium to large stone with some significant pushing, but you could do it. You especially could do it. So could Keith. But yeah, within a good hour, you and the Valar kind of focus your time on the southern edge and have it very much protected.
Awesome.
Mary and Lav, what do you do with the second wall?
Where to next, boss?
Can you hold up the thing again, Carl?
Yep. So
Sorry, I need to look at it every time. I'm sorry.
The temple is, as far as you can tell, like the actual structure of the temple itself is protected now, at least up until the 10-foot high panel. There is a bit of a gap above from the top of the panel to the actual roof. Like it's not exactly connected.
Well, it's fine. It's like battlements. People can stand there and People can stand there and look down, but in theory, like if they had the ability to fly or get up and over a 10-foot wall, people can still get in that way. But you've made it significantly harder. And we have no idea what direction really that they're coming from. So
no, it's as protected as you're going to get it. But we had previously talked about making these kind of ringed walls along this edge here, and as like a secondary edge there is what Val or you had suggested at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I appreciate other people in the group just here talking. What do we think of in terms of like trying to create, like, do we try to create a funnel so that people have to come in? I mean, they could also just smash these walls down. Like that's very much an option. But if there's a way we can try to like control which direction people are coming in, which direction would we want that to be in? Like I was thinking of just kind of continuing that wall, like out towards where that courtyard area is or something.
Continuing this wall?
Kind of, well, yeah, continuing out towards
this way?
Yeah, that way. But I also don't want to block us in anywhere, right? Like we need to be able to move around too. So it could also legitimately just be we create like layers of walls so that it's almost not like a maze, but at the very least, like it's going to slow people down where they have to kind of go back and forth. They're like stanchions when you're, at the movies.
If there's anything I've learned from our fights in the past, it's never good if we are always in the same spot. Mm-hmm. It creates a vulnerability even though we are together.
A maze would actually be a pretty good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Like not
that
an
would
elaborate
be so
maze,
cool.
But it would stop like straight line blasts of shit. It could stop like.
I think we should give each other levels too.
This is a fucking cool idea.
Yeah, you're right. That'd be interesting if we could try to use your wall to kind of like zigzag back and forth, or like I know it has to be one connected wall. Either that, or it could be like a connected wall but with like doorways so that it can turn and we could still potentially get through things.
What you could do, as Lavender kind of points out, the idea of like of elevation is do a 10-foot panel wall, 10-foot panel wall, 10-foot panel wall, and then kind of twist one. How did I do this? And create yourself like you have a wall and then you have a ramp that you can come up and you get yourself a secondary elevation. And there is access under here that you have like to keep an eye on, but you can have your wall in whatever configuration you want. Twist one, go up and create a ramp up to a secondary level, give yourself a ramp and a height advantage, and then come back down to continue a wall.
What do you think? Should I create a trapdoor as well?
We could also stagger that with walls. So like if there was like a wall off part, then behind it, it's one of those that ramps up and then ramps down, and then a wall, and then a ramp up but in a different spot. Mm-hmm. We could do like 3 of those.
Even like, one second, I'll draw something. But yeah, actually I like that idea of having a couple in a row so that like there's no clear line of sight.
Exactly.
Through.
Cover for us.
Yeah, kind of like when we were fighting your uncle, that was kind of a bitch, right? Like we kind of want people to have to go through that as well.
Exactly. I was thinking, and I'll start trying to draw something, we could save one last wall of stone to create some sort of perilous like stone fall trap in the catacomb. See if this is even possible. I guess there'd have to be stone in the catacomb. It was made of stone though, wasn't it? So if we could create at the entrance a bunch of like pillar or a bunch of blocks waiting to collapse, that if we like took out the side of with an explosion or tried to like smash through it, it could collapse and shut off that entrance, either trapping pirates and Gambino out there against the army of the dead, or trapping Gambino in but keeping the hell people out. That could be a good idea.
The only issue with that is the size will not allow for it.
To put all those things in there?
To just like in the gap of a doorway, or I guess in theory you could do it over top inside. So
That's
like you come down the stairs and now the wall ends here and like you're into the catacomb in this room, and you put a cross like that over top of the door.
Mm-hmm.
You could do something like that, and that would be essentially the same idea as what you had with caving in the like actual entrance, but with just like manually doing it.
Mm-hmm. Could do that, and then we could also do that room, that spooky room down below. Kyle, was that made of stone, the floor?
Mm-hmm.
So we could
All stone.
We could do in that floor below. That's just a huge open space. I think we should build some cover for us, like some like walls we can just hide behind. So Lav, if you could save 2 of those, we'll just save 2 spells to do something inside catacomb and then inside the lower chamber.
Okay, so where do you want to start now? Just how many do you want to spend outside doing this kind of ringed pattern?
How many have we already burnt?
So far only 1. We haven't gone
great.
past the first.
No, you knock that off.
Why don't you burn 3
You're
more?
gonna burn the 2 more at least.
Yeah, why don't you burn 3 more? Doing
do
like
3 outside.
Yeah,
Okay, then features and traits, I will.
burn 7 of those.
So,
Perfect.
And then should I
We can just keep track.
take away some spells?
We can keep. Yeah, we can do that after this, but we'll probably have to do that. I did the math here.
So with the next half hour, with 3 more casts of the spell, we'll say an hour between talking about it, planning it, executing it, waiting for it to finalize and become permanent, create the next one.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say an hour passes, and as Mary had suggested, continuing from the would be technically the southeastern corner of the temple, right at the point where there's the first kind of southern edge of the exterior archway, bringing the wall around from there, and then beginning the first curve out front, basically covering the entirety of the kind of rotunda area in another full pass of wall. How much space do you want between each wall?
Between the like layers of it, like
Yeah, so if you got wall here and then another wall here and then another wall here, in whatever manner, how much space is between?
Either
As much as you want to work with on that.
Like
So.
20 feet, or is that too many?
maybe too many. Like maybe if it was
10?
5 or 10. Yeah, 10's good.
I think 5's a little squishy.
10's probably good then, because
You're gonna want 10 to 15 between your mounts and
True.
passing between one another. Mary, just continuing like your intelligence check from earlier, you're gonna want some space for yourselves, even though it does now give your enemies room. You know what's here; they don't.
And we
Well,
can.
and I mean, that way we can rain down stuff on them without worrying about destroying our own walls.
Why don't we do 15 for the first one and then 10 for the next one? Like make it big and then it gets tighter. We could even try that. Could maybe funnel them in.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
So we'll do. From this to this.
By the way, I remembered, guys. I have a jar of ice spiders. We have to figure out where I should throw those.
On Gambino.
Gambino, like I would love to throw them away because I don't control them. They're just, I got them off those dead hags, spur hags.
I mean, we can, drop those off a flying mount into the middle of the army.
Yep, like that. That's a great idea. I think it's just like smash it because I imagine as soon as I pick it out, it's gonna go big. So I figure it's like smash and then let them do their thing. But I like that idea.
Do we get an update on where the army is? Like,
You want me to scry again with the once a day spell? Come on, grow up, Peter Pan.
okay, I'll take the carpet and I'll go scout.
What has ever gone wrong with this?
Too late, I'm gone.
Hondo takes off into the sky.
We need to have like a map case that just holds the carpet. You know, like one of those things? Like
Yeah.
you should have on your back at all
Yeah.
times.
It's gonna be big.
I was gonna say, have you ever rolled up a rug and tried to take it up a flight of
Yeah.
stairs? Because we
Is
did
it
that
like a
recently, and
bath
it's not easy.
I picture Hondo holding it. It's like a beach towel.
It's much, much bigger.
Yeah.
It would look kind of like in like Final Fantasy when he's got that huge fucking sword. Like that's what
Yeah.
Hondo, but picture that as a big ass tube.
Just a huge tapestry.
Yeah,
I can picture Brawley carrying it because she's so strong, but she's so tiny.
Oh.
just dragging. Hondo, you do take to the sky. Make
That's a good
a
idea.
perception check for me.
We did know before you go, maybe I'll just tell you on the earring.
Oh, that's our third nat 20 in a row. Fucking everybody's getting one.
Wow.
Guys, it's a secret. The power of positive thinking.
No, this is gonna be like before we fight your uncle.
Yeah,
No, we're
everyone's
keeping it
rolling
going, baby.
great now. And
we
then it's all
rolled 3
ones
natural
later.
20s in a row.
Keep it going.
Hondo, you take to the sky out of frustration and annoyance and wanting to do something, getting eyes on your enemy, and you take off a couple hundred feet up into a relatively clear sky currently as the sun begins to kind of crest into this latter half of midday. You do see in the distance on this clear day, you can see a shadow in the distance across the plains. Something large, a big force moving with purpose, and you can almost hear this like constant, just like thunderous roaring sound, like an approaching war camp of some sort.
Would I be able to judge the distance? Like, it's like a day away or 10 hours of walk or something like that.
Throw me a survival check. Actually, throw me. Are you proficient in survival?
I think I'm plus, I want to guess +5. Let me see.
Do you have a dot next to it?
Survival +4. No dot. Oh, half dot.
Oh, right, because you're jack of all trades for Bard. Here's what we'll do. Throw me a d20, add your wisdom bonus and your proficiency bonus.
Okay, so 17.
Oh my god.
And
Keep it going.
that wisdom.
So straight wisdom bonus.
Wisdom is +2.
So 19, and then your proficiency of 5 takes you to 24. So this being essentially Hondo, the captain, the ship's captain, using your navigating tools, your navigational eye of seeing far on the horizon of faraway shores, waiting and engaging the distance. You look across the plains here, and you gather that force moving at the clip they're moving is you watch them for probably about 10-15 minutes just to gauge their speed alongside the general idea of size. They will reach the shores of like this side of the plains. They could reach your island, this side of the bay, easily just before nightfall.
Tonight they could reach you?
They're moving fast and with purpose. And you can, like, even in the 15 minutes you've been there, you swear you can hear this heavy roar sound of hundreds of voices ready for a fight.
So maybe we shouldn't burn every spell Lav has.
We might want to rest because they're coming.
Hondo rushes back down. Hey, we might want to rest.
Thanks for telling us.
What did you miss, Leah? They could reach here. They could reach here by tonight. It looks like.
Oh.
We alert Gambino.
Yeah, please take the carpet and go.
I will not be doing that.
Super helpful.
So, just keeping things moving along as Hondo did that for about 15-20 minutes. Lavender has burned all 3 spell slots, burned spell slots to create, or used sorcery points to create another spell slot, and has now made 3 walls in variation of making kind of a maze-like pattern. And did you want to create any elevation within? Or just do like a maze of wall?
Yeah, I assumed that I just did.
Yeah, I think like you were talking about like the
I just want to double check.
the little ramp thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Occasionally.
It changes nothing really, but just my idea of what needs to come next. And what do we want to do going forward? You guys are pushing into 3-ish, 4-ish into the afternoon, edging into evening.
Long rest.
Well, here's the thing. So this is the DM question. Could we long rest if we've been up this long? What do you think?
You got up early. You could long rest, but then you will not be able to long rest in time for tomorrow. You would have to long rest through the day tomorrow.
And then it would mean that we might not be able to stay up late, depending on tomorrow night what happens.
Exactly.
But we need the spell slots.
This is the choice.
So let's talk about this. Will they attack tonight, or will they set up and scout tonight?
We don't know. We also have... Yeah, I know you do. All week he's been like, oh, I got so many plans.
So if we
also need to get a word. If we can get word to Gambino, that part should probably be number 1 in terms of, I mean, he might say, oh, well, my agreement was for the next day. Like, fuck you, but we don't know that. We also have no idea where they are.
I can go chat to him. I'll just look for his big floating ship.
You're taking off?
Not yet, sorry. I could go chat to him.
Gotcha, sorry. I'm just so used to Honda.
Honda, you want to come with? So I could take the carpet and go because I don't have my boyfriend. Or Mary, you and I could go on.
Yeah, we could take the Pegasus.
But that's 8 hours.
I only get her for 8 hours until we sleep. We know no matter what, the big shit's going to happen tomorrow night. So, like, I know I can get her again for then. But then we can move fast if I take her. That's the thing.
But what if something happens tonight?
Don't know. You said it's like 3-ish, Kyle?
Roughly.
I don't think
this may be a stupid question, but what season are we in? When does the sun usually go down?
That's a stupid question. That's a totally valid question, especially when the sun setting is very integral to what happens.
Because
it is edging into winter, though you are south in a southern area. It does get cool, and it does set around like 6-7 o'clock.
Okay.
So not super early. So you've got roughly 3 hours. You've got comfortably 3 hours. 4 is pushing it.
Let's talk it out. They don't know they're here. They don't know we're here, but they likely expect. I mean, they brought a fucking army. They're ready to roll through. We've been a thorn in their side this whole time. But the ritual itself doesn't work until tonight. Sorry, until tomorrow when it's the peak of the full moon. We do know that as a certainty.
Right. We don't know if Raymond has a way to control undead or not. He seemed to when we were in Haverfell, but we don't know if that's the same thing as... It looked like he was creating those ones. So I don't know if this is a little different. So maybe they're just going to try to get up here and shore up they could be just waiting outside the city because they know the undead are going to go to shit, right? They could have some other protection against that, or they could say, fuck it, we're going to send the whole army tonight and wear these people down over the next 24 hours.
Totally. So why don't we know for sure we should alert Gambino that the army's coming, and then if he could set up into a defensible position, that'd be super.
I mean, even if he's just waits on one side of the island, kind of hidden, like the ship kind of is out of the eye or whatever the fuck it is, he could be there because if they get there first and they take this island, he is not getting his staff.
Yep. So maybe that's what we know we have to do. We could just take... I don't want to take Keith as a bird because that would burn spell slots. The carpet's really slow.
We can take the Pegasus. Like I said, I won't have her the whole time, but I don't need to be in the air if things are coming at us.
How long did it take to get to Gambino's ship from here?
When you guys were flying, at a relatively quick pace, though.
Well, we were flying
No,
with
you were
carpet
flying
speed.
with the carpet speed. When you were flying with the carpet speed, it took you about an hour and a half, hour 45.
Do we think we could do it in an hour if we were on the Pegasus?
If you're flying full tilt, you could make it in an hour. Yeah.
And we think sunset's around 6. So
6
if
to
we
7, yeah.
so if we left around 4 with the Pegasus, fly to Gambino, say, hey, it's happening. Might want to show up to see what goes down. Then that's around 5 o'clock, and then we boot back for around 6 for sundown. That'd be okay.
We're separating the party. We gotta hope something else doesn't happen.
It's the best play. Always separate the party.
What
I
are we
think
doing?
that's the play.
Okay.
Do you?
No long rest for the team because we don't know what's going to happen tonight.
A long rest right now. Well, we'll say it's starting at 4 o'clock because you have just the next hour to finish up whatever it is you want to do. 4 o'clock would take you to midnight, correct? Is that right?
Yeah, so I don't think it's a good idea. It would be interrupted. It would just be weird. You screw up your circadian rhythm. It's a whole thing.
And then think about, going into your next day, what's all to happen.
That's probably
You'll
going to be a long
pushing
night.
exhaustion to get through tomorrow's night.
Not good.
I mean,
I'm not saying don't do it.
no.
But I'm not saying do it. Let's go, Mary.
Okay.
Hondo, you sure you don't want to come with? Oh, Hondo,
mean-
maybe you should take this next hour to attune to the magical cap.
I will do that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll give him a hat.
What do you
If-
want to tune? Blinky Blink?
Pardon?
Do you want to tune Blink?
Yeah.
I had that right. Those are the 3 items you're attuned to, are your 3 blades.
Yep.
So
Okay,
Hondo, 3 blades.
Yeah, 2 daggers and a gambler's blade. Okay, so blink dagger is, you can still use it as a weapon. It just will not blink back to you. It's just a regular dagger now. So if you wanted to use a regular dagger or throw a dagger, you just won't get it back. But Whisper now has that return to you function. So.
All right, guys.
I mean,
Comes
I don't have
around?
to. I don't have to go with the Pegasus if someone else wants to go talk to Gambino. It's fine. I'm wary of splitting the team up, but I understand.
I think you and I should go. You're very intimidating. You met Gambino first. You're strong. I'm very weak.
All right.
Okay.
I don't want Reginald to come. I've barely met him.
In the last, you guys said to leave around 4, so in the last half hour of this kind of planning and plotting before splitting off, do you want to use another spell to make another wall? Are we comfortable there? Is there any other preparations the group collective wants to make before splitting off? Obviously, you still have, more time, but before anybody runs away, is there any last things you guys want to try? Are we good?
Any other ideas? I don't know, Gord, if you have anything. I don't know if you have anything that's like permanent like that.
Or don't you have I just make a zombie friend? How long does that last?
He needs a dead body.
Shit. I bet the monks wouldn't like that either. Tell the monks what's up. Just give them a heads up. Tell them to track down Celine.
You said at the mention of that too, Quinn kind of perks up and realizes that he hasn't seen Celine since last you guys were in the temple, but kind of also shrugs and just says that he's not surprised, and then just continues on with the rest of the monks doing just essentially at this point they're just in worker mode of gathering rocks and shit for you guys to use and just shoring up little spaces with rock.
Kyle, if there is a Celine subplot where she fucks us over, like Ollie subplot in Game of Thrones, it'd be devastating.
I just like reminding you that I have NPCs in the world that you can interact
I know, but it's
with.
just terrifying all the time because I have no idea what they're up to. Just the fuck is her deal? What's she gonna do? Okay, we're good. Everything's
All right.
fine.
Elena, you're in charge.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Please don't die while we're gone. Lav, you did a great job.
Thank you. It's a pretty nice place.
The City of the Dead, a pretty nice place.
that one day I'll make my own city, and because I never really felt home anywhere, existential crisis, I'll make my own home.
What if you already have?
Oh my god, Bradley, do you want to come live with me?
Do that later, sure.
Her literal. She's like the ruler of a home.
I mean, I am a prince.
That is true. I am a princess.
Oh god, maybe I'll just build my place right off of your castle.
We can start a new kingdom.
There's like a really nice castle, and there's just like this floating like chamber that's stuck off the side. That's a completely different style. It's gonna
Hazard
be
stone.
So much pink and lavender.
No, purple
Yeah,
everywhere.
purple. All right, well,
Okay.
goodbye.
4 o'clock, roughly, we'll say. Mary, you call upon Mira, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
The relatively clear sky doesn't necessarily open up, but you see almost this faint column of light as swooping out of this light, the Pegasus once more arrives, nodding to you, nodding to Valentine, and then kneels and allows you to jump on easy.
All right, let's make this fast. We gotta get back here.
Hondo, pray to the Raven Queen. We need help.
Hondo's currently attuning to a hat.
Like,
I will talk.
What kind of hat is it? I don't even know. Is it like a bowler hat or something?
No, it's like it's a Robin Hood hat, like a tricorner.
I picture it like a newsboy hat for Hondo.
In my interpretation of it, it's like a Robin Hood, like tricorner, or not tricorner,
Like that?
like a
with the
longer
feather.
pointed feather with a red feather, green hat with red feather.
But you can
Oh,
morph
God.
it into
But it
whatever you
becomes
want.
whatever. Yeah.
So
But
think about that for the
While
most-
you're attuning to it, you have to wear it like an idiot for an hour.
I mean, Honda already wears like a big feathered hat.
I've
It's just a
always worn.
smaller version.
Let's keep distracting Kyle.
Hey man, it's just delaying the inevitable death of you.
Off we go to Gambino.
The two of you set off at a much faster pace, but you're both now, well, Valentine has long been accustomed to traveling at a fast speed through the air atop a creature. Mary, you're getting accustomed to it, but Mira seems to respond like so quickly to you, almost as if when you think she does. And the two of you, three of you, make your way south around the coast and head just following the coastline, keeping up off the shore and away from the edge of the coast for about a half hour and 45 minutes. And you begin to see the ships in the water. You can see the flame in this kind of beacon, like lighthouse that is still burning, but harder to see in this not quite sunset. But as you get closer and closer, Mary, you're trying to spot a ship, and Val peering over. You don't see it. You get about 50 minutes to an hour, and you're flying over top of the ships that Hondo had hidden on the night before. And you don't see a whole lot of activity altogether.
Maybe we should head up to the chateau.
Yeah, this is... I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to just fuck off the night before everything. That doesn't really
Or just straight up fuck.
seem out of character. No.
Both of you make perception checks, or one of you with advantage.
I rolled, you can roll too. I got 18 plus 13 is 25.
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't get that good. I got like a... You say 18 plus 13? Or
Yeah,
8?
he did, but he said the number.
I was gonna say, it wasn't a 25.
It's a 31.
Math.
Because I didn't roll as good and I got a 25.
Like you did like plus 10 and then minus 3.
I think I got 56% in grade 9 math.
Oh.
And I think I bumped that up to like a low 60 in grade 10.
Mary, what'd you roll, sorry?
I rolled 25.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I rolled natural 19.
You guys both rolled very, very well. And Mary, as soon as you get the thought that there's nothing down here, the chateau should lie up this very tall cliff. Mira already is swooping straight up along the cliff, Valentine clutching into you, trying to hold on tight as you careen upwards into the sky. Leveling out, you look down over top of the chateau, about 80, 90 feet in the air, 30 feet off the edge of the cliff. It is vacant. No fire, no bodies, no flying airship.
Any Warforged or anything like that?
Nada.
Imagine they just fucked off. Can you imagine?
It doesn't really surprise me. I mean, they're gonna show back up tomorrow, but they might not show back up until fucking 10 minutes before.
They could have plane hopped or something. They could be in like a totally different world.
No
Or
one
they could be hiding in the sky.
And we have no way of getting back to them.
Do we see any pirates? Any like human life?
With both those checks, it seems like whatever crew, Warforged or otherwise, were here, not here anymore.
What do you want to do, Mary?
I want to take 10 minutes to look through this fucking chateau and see if there's anything here, and then I want to go back.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Sure. You swoop down with Mira. And now, settled into this area, you begin to kind of look around and get the feel, and it away from the fervor of activity on the island, the silence and eerie feeling of the city settles in once more. Both of you just cold in the stomach as soon as you set foot onto this like gravel of the courtyard. You look inside and still you see the blood pool around two empty masts. One still contains a severed body that hangs limp, entrails spilling down, long kind of dried and just kind of caked. The buzzing of flies is kind of the only sound that is cutting through here. Mary, if you want to make an investigation check.
Sure, and was that the Revenant Vow guy?
That was no. His body seems to not be there anymore.
Okay.
But there was a woman's body on the right mast.
I'm gonna take
The upper half of one, anyways.
I'll just take out Ethereus and just be like holding it.
I rolled a 21.
Okay. Val, do you follow Mary as she goes inside, or do you hold the courtyard?
No, I'll follow Mary wherever she goes. I'll also be looking for searching for. I'll also be looking for any animals, like if there's rats scurrying, just any animal life.
Make a perception check of your own, then.
Okay, math.
Sorry, investigation.
Okay, math.
Okay.
18.
Okay. You guys both begin to make your way in through the just shattered walls. Like there's no real purpose in going through archways or doors. The walls are just broken here. You immediately see the tables that were here the day previous, 2 days previous at this point. No, it was a day previous. It doesn't matter. You see cups and bowls that are just dirtied, some still kind of somewhat full of liquor or wine, though very little bit. They seem to not have been abandoned quickly, but just left grossly. You see the bed, the sheets all askew. You make your way quickly through the remains of this structure. You find several more casks and crates of a lot of empty bottles that seem like rum bottles, though you do find a box of about 8 more bottles of rum that seem to still be corked and good, and about 2 more casks of wine. Quickly just looking about the rest of the space, you find like discarded bits of clothes and cloth, bits of leather. There's a small crate that contains kind of assorted kind of shitty weaponry, just like haphazard daggers and scimitars, and seems like a quick stash of blades should they be needed, but certainly nothing that you would really give a shit about. And quickly you find that there is nothing of interest here. And Val, you also find that there are no no rats or any kind of wildlife here. You also notice there has been none this whole time, with the exception of the ravens on the island. There's been nothing living in this city, which kind of stands to
Makes sense.
Unfortunately, you spend about maybe 5-10 minutes quickly casing the joint and find nothing beyond a little bit of booze and some shitty weapons.
Do you want a drink?
Fuck no. I think we're gonna need all our wits about us. Shit. Thought this might happen.
He might not have fucked us. He might just be fucking off.
No, I think he's just fucking off until he absolutely needs to help, or feels like he's fulfilled his side of the bargain. His side of the bargain was not to be around today.
We did know that they, on the full moon, usually left the city.
It's
Worst
true.
case scenario, he's gone to the Revenant Vow, explained what we're doing, has now teamed up with them with 2 soul gems, made a side deal, and then he's going to see how the rest of this plays out.
Right, I mean, he has to know that he's not going to get the staff with them, but I mean, he also probably knows about whatever we have going on. Anyway, I don't want to stand here and talk about shit. Let's at least get moving. It's starting to get dark.
It is indeed starting to get dark. As you remount Mira, you can see across the, as you kind of rise up, begin to head off, the sun is getting closer and closer to the horizon as you begin to set off once more. We'll say, unless you change direction, following the coast once more down the opposite of the way you came. In the 2 hours, roughly, of since they've been gone, is there anything the rest of you want to do? Honda, you are officially attuned to the Hat of Disguise. Lavender, Allie, Gord, Hondo, is there anything else you guys want to accomplish before the rest of your team returns? Everybody's good?
You could, if you wanted a 5th back just for your spells, you could burn some, like, firsts and a second.
I'm gonna try and communicate with the Raven Queen.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Let me just... Lav, are you going to burn some spells to get sorcery points to get a spell?
I had 2 firsts already burned. I forget what that was from. Comprehend
Could've been-
languages for 1.
I think you healed somebody.
That's it.
So if you burn 2 firsts, your 2 firsts,
So then I won't have any first left. And then?
and then if you burn 1 second,
Mm-hmm.
plus your 3 remaining spell points left over, you could get a 5th back. Or we could get a 4th back, is whatever you want. A 5th would give you...
I'll get 1/5 back. So I'll burn my 2 first spells.
1 second.
1 second.
All
And
your
I'll go
sorcery
into
points.
my sorcery points. Burn.
Then all the sorcery points are gone.
Burn. Confirm. And then I will go and add myself a 5th back.
Just so you know, can you go back to your...
Sorcery points?
Yeah. I think that one ability costs sorcery points.
So I'm going to burn actually a second spell slot.
A second.
I'm going to burn a 3rd level spell slot to get sorcery points back.
God, this is cool.
How many can I get back with that?
Let me pull it up.
3rd is 5.
That's what it...
That's what it costs.
But
I
can
don't,
it
I don't know if that's the same translation back and forth. Not 100%.
form?
Converting a spell slot to sorcery. As a bonus action on your turn, you can spend 1 spell slot and gain a number of sorcery points equal to that slot's level. So if you burn,
I get
you
3
get 3
left.
back.
Okay.
So I think that's probably a good idea because
Okay.
that one ability costs sorcery points.
Yeah. Cool. Like
Cool.
bend luck and
Okay,
stuff.
so you've got a 5th level spell slot back and 3 sorcery points remaining.
That's correct.
Cool.
Yeah. And then, a
And
bunch
then
of other, like,
your
random
firsts
things.
and seconds are kind of burned.
Mhm.
That's cool. You still got some spells left up your sleeve, so
Totally.
you're good. Hondo, as you finish with the Hat of Disguise, the constant pushing of Valentine to maybe check in with the Raven Queen rings in your ears, and you think maybe this is a path to follow. What do you do?
First, I'm gonna ask around to the people around me, be like, would anyone like to join me in trying to communicate with the Raven Queen? You know, it might be better more than one person.
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah.
say as the hour begins to grow late, that was a 2 on the die.
And my persuasion is
pretty good.
13. So, oh wait. It has a full dot. Does that mean anything? No.
Just means you have you're proficient in it, which is why you have a 13.
15 total.
15 total from a 2. That's crazy. Yeah, you gather. Quinn goes along with you. You recognize Quinn as kind of the work seems to have died down. Everyone seems to be prepared. You can feel, and Allie, Lavender, and Gordon, you can all feel a little in yourselves, but you can definitely feel it from these others, the Valar, that there's a tension, an anticipation of the coming fray that is kind of buzzing about, and you can kind of feel the energy. And as Honda, you suggest this connection, this idea of reaching out and reaching to their patron. You feel this kind of lax in tension, and Quinn says that is a very wise idea, Honda. Perhaps we should retire to the temple for a short time. And he kind of gestures, and all of the Valar go along. Still no sight of Celine currently, but Hondo, as you enter into the temple, you do actually see Celine is sat there, kind of sat at one of the pews. But as everyone begins to enter, she kind of gets up and kind of makes her way off into one of the towers. But you've at least had sight of her. And you, along with Quinn and the remaining 5 Valar, kind of take position around the altar. Some are kneeling, some are just sitting in the pews with their head down. What do you do?
I say, does anyone know how to get this thing started?
Quinn kind of walks to you and just kind of looks about the space and just says, I know you're not a faithful man in the traditional respect. You have faith in yourself, I believe, and faith in your abilities, and maybe faith in some force, but perhaps not in an omnipotent power, in the figureheads that kind of govern seemingly every action of our world. I gather that. It's just something you find within you. You reach out to somebody, hoping and wishing. And if you believe there's something on the other end, there will be. If you hope in this place that there is someone watching over us all, then hopefully she'll be there for you. But there is no mechanic, there is no anything, nothing beyond willpower and belief. Just find it in your heart, and the words will come to you.
I think I have an idea. I pull out Whisper.
You see him like cock an eyebrow for a moment, like kind of shift his one foot a little bit. Good.
So I guess I sit down in the main altar, the main area, and I hold it out like this, and I go, Raven Queen, hear me, if you can. Hear us, as we need your help.
Quinn kind of sits down beside you, and the rest kind of bow their heads. And as you hold your blade aloft, make a wisdom check. Just D20 plus wisdom.
12 on the dice.
And my wisdom is 2.
So 14. You kneel and you focus on the blade, and this blade that has come to you in heroic and wild circumstance that is connected to this figure of godlike proportions of death and life. You just kind of close your eyes and hope. And there's a flurry of movement as swooping through the kind of area above where the walls that are created by lavender and the edge of the roof, 6 ravens kind of swoop in and swirl around the room and swoop back out the door in a flurry of a moment. Everyone kind of ducks their head for a moment, and you look up and you can see just gently floating this black feather drops before you. And as you're kind of kneeling with the blade aloft, it kind of just gently touches the edge of the blade and then tips off and kind of falls to your side. Quinn looks to you and kind of claps you on the shoulder and says, "Someone out there is looking over you."
Do you think I should continue?
It's for you to decide, my friend. We have much to hope for here. Perhaps you will see more. Perhaps nothing more. The gods are fickle and wise, though. Try.
All right. I say, "Great Raven Queen, you have guided us so far, and we are thankful for getting this far, because it is hard to get this far. I ask you in this time of need, your followers ask you in this time of need, we ask you for an army of the dead, to defend us against a greater army of dead. Or just something else that will defend us against this great army of dead. Because we find ourselves in trouble. We are aligned with a coward who will turn on us, inevitably.
Is that me?
If you want us, your loyal devotees, to survive this great battle, please send the help. And also thank you for this wonderful sword. It has served me well, and it has allowed me to do your work for you."
He's like really good at it. He's like surprisingly good.
This is a DM question to Kevin. How much does Hondo believe in the Raven Queen? How much does Hondo believe that what you're saying, like you're calling out, you're hoping for these things, you're hoping for some kind of action, but how much do you believe in an actual force out there responding to you beyond just a hope and a wish? Like, do you actually put whatever you believe in faith, and whatever you believe in soul, and do you put that behind the words you're saying?
I would say that I started with 0 faith. Niamh being dead might have given me a little more faith. And then seeing those feathers gave me a bit more, like, this is, there's something to this. And so I put more of myself into it when I asked.
Okay. So there is a slow growth over time, but seeing physical response gives you hope, gives you belief. Mm-hmm. Make a straight charisma check this time.
Ooh, okay.
So D20 plus your charisma bonus. Natural 18.
That a boy?
And my charisma is 3. So 21.
As you finish your half prayer, half request, this wish, this kind of plead for aid in a time of dire need, there's a long quiet and very, very still. None of the Valar have any reaction. They still have heads bowed, eyes closed, in conjunction with your beseeching, or in their own wishes and prayers quietly to themselves. And for a moment, you open your eyes and just look around to see and feel the little bit of the wind taken out of your sails as no secondary response kind of comes. And as you kind of break for a moment, that core of you that does truly believe, and after all of your experiences and all of the things you've been through, and knowing that you hold this blade of this entity and you've done its work, it grows a little cool, and you, for a moment, you see this kind of faint ghostly form, a dark cloaked figure, a veil across a face, kind of reach forward, and you're not sure whether this is real or something you're kind of hallucinating for a moment. Nobody else in the room has any reaction. And she reaches forward with a hand, this ghostly, like white, pale hand, and gently taps the blade, and just runs a figure along the blade. And you can't make out anything of the face. It's beneath this shadow of a veil. And the whole figure seems incredibly familiar. You've seen her before in some capacity. And she just reaches out, and you don't feel anything but this cold sensation across your cheek. And you hear in your mind more than through your ears that you wield this blade with purpose, and you wield it well. Have faith in what we do here. Have faith in this blade, if nothing else. But if you have faith in me, in what we do, then you will do its work. Then you will see this deed done. And with a little guidance, you may make it through. And she just fades. But you feel emboldened. You feel strong. You feel good.
I look at everyone, I say, the Raven Queen will be with us in war. We are ready. And I raise the sword.
You see Quinn, the rest some of them break and look over to you with a smile, and then kind of return to their prayer. Quinn breaks a full smile. She says, I suppose you are faithful after all. I'm glad you're here.
I'm glad I'm not alone, to be honest.
As am I. This is, it's difficult to know. It's difficult to know how you will die. And it's difficult to be standing on the precipice of that moment and knowing how and when, where. It's the kind of weight that the purpose of our order, we must know our purpose from birth, because if you are ever to face death for years, it cannot be a surprise. You must know what you face, because it will build your faith. I have faith that what I do here, what we all do here, it's for a greater purpose. But that does not make it easy. So it is good to have someone like you along by my side. So thank you, Hondo. I truly appreciate everything you and your friends are here to do.
I appreciate that. And just know if we do end up dying, there'll probably be a lot of ladies waiting for us in the next world.
I suppose that's always something to look forward to. A silver lining, if you will. As you were, I think I'll remain here for a time. We have much still to pray for.
Well, I'll go out and check on everyone.
Keep that blade handy.
I pictured you just raising the dagger and screaming in like a silent cathedral, like.
Oh my god.
Oh no, that was great. That was so
Yeah.
fucking good. Also, Kyle, obviously, really, really good too.
A short time after, Hondo, as you exit the temple, Mary, Valentine, and the Pegasus begin to crest around the edge of the coastline and make their way back to the island as darkness begins to fall. But before that,
If there is an opportunity to, I'd love to be like spying that cliff, trying to see if I can see where Hondo indicated the army was approaching from.
oh, sure.
Yeah, I would say like maybe we take like a detour on the way home to like sweep around and try to see
Sure.
from up pretty high so that we don't necessarily look like two people on a Pegasus.
Then in that case, Hondo still sees it, but instead of coming towards you, they're going around. Because Hondo's passive perception and Gord's as well are very high. They would still catch the two of you as you make your way kind of along the western edge of the city and then beyond a little ways. Both of you can either make perception or one with advantage.
I like when we both do it. It's fun when we're both involved.
Sure. It's a very mediocre roll, but it might turn out okay.
I got 22.
I got 19.
Mediocre roll.
Oh, my perception's higher than I thought it was.
Okay. Just reading something here, sorry.
Reading my secrets.
Lots of secrets. There's just so many. As the two of you begin to pass over the island and you look over, and it's interesting to see like an aerial view of your battlements and your preparations come to life. And you can see the expertly crafted walls protecting the newly crafted wall around the temple and the several layers of wall around the northeastern and north side of the island around the temple. You see the wall that none of you are really there for, but you see where Eyrie and the Valar collected these massive rocks and have created this kind of like rock slide potential and layers of rock for any southern approach. And kind of a similar area up towards the bridge as well. There's this kind of collection of rock on either side of the bridge that could be pushed down or used in some other manner. But you continue on and look to the west. And as the sun is not set, it's still on the horizon, but it has grown rather darker. You look across, and after only a few short minutes, you indeed see several flames on the horizon. Torches, large fires, and 3 somewhat larger sources of flame. And this thunderous just kind of roar that you constantly just begin to hear, and it's kind of shakes the air, shakes the earth. They're coming. And they are actually, as you make it over the island and onto the kind of across the bay itself and to the western shore, they're about an hour from being on the edge of the, what you could visually see from the city. But with your elevated position, you can see a little further. You wager by nightfall they'll be on the edges of your borders.
Do we know from past or from talking to the Valar or anything about where the like undead stop? In terms of like where the undead swarm the city, like is there a border they don't go to, or?
You've not really spent enough time to investigate that. To really get an idea. Like you've not been up high enough and thought to go, like how far does this reach on the north side of the city? You know that it reaches into the sea a little ways, like you've seen them coming up and out of the ocean. So you know there is some radius beyond the physical borders of the city. You do know as well there is a a massive graveyard to the north edge of the city as well that you did not necessarily investigate or pass through. But the main road that would lead up towards, from outside of the city, coming from the north, if you were traveling south towards the city, and where you guys pivoted to come to the island, if you had continued on the main road, it would have led you up towards kind of the area where the chateau is, Gambino Chateau, and there is this massive graveyard up that way that you can imagine is probably a fair epicenter of undead activity. Would not be surprising, but you're not sure the kind of circumference around.
I'll just put my head on Mary's shoulder, pauldron, and be like, how did we get here?
We agreed to something. We didn't know what we were getting into. And then it turned out to be the right thing to do anyway.
Just always so sure of yourself.
Never sure of myself.
Maybe we just leave them. We'd have a nice life together. We could just ride off on Mira.
Have a nice life for all of, a week, and then everything turns into hell.
Such a buzzkill lately.
Well, I mean, we're in pretty heavy shit here. There's people at home to think about.
Want to know, and I know I shouldn't feel this way because it's very selfish, but you want to know the worst part that I think about? I'm kind of scared I won't get my power back tomorrow.
It'll come. You, of anyone, have to have faith. I'm not exactly a faith-driven person, but after seeing you with whatever the Summer Queen is, I mean, you gotta believe in her.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what's the fuck is the point of all this?
Yeah, no, I definitely believe in her. I just hope that whatever tear happened because of the Ring of Winter and all that stuff with the Dubkatha, I just hope it's fixed by tomorrow. But you're right, it'll probably be fine.
If it's not, that's okay. We'll figure something else out. At least you have this. Then I'll tap on the board and say,
yeah. I would just really like none of us to die tomorrow. Or today.
yeah, let's just try to keep each other up.
Can we just stay up here for 5 more minutes before we have to, face this?
Sure. We'll take another loop around. Let's just avoid the areas where we know the dead things are. What if there's another one of those flying ladies? You said something killed Lavender. I think I stayed unconscious the whole time.
You're ruining it. You're ruining this moment.
Oh God, there's just so many scary things.
All right, just go back down. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Regrouping. The sun is setting in but a few short moments.
That fan art better be lit, everyone. That better be some great fucking fan art with the sun, plate of the Valkyrie, there's a Pegasus in the sky, there's an army.
If Scott could draw,
If I could
he
draw.
do it himself.
If I could
He
draw.
just needs to recruit help.
My drawing's worse than my math, so let's fucking get it together.
Plan.
Let's go back down. How far is the watchtower from the temple?
Kind of on opposite ends of the island, like 700 meters.
Sorry, how many?
700 meters.
Oh,
It's
that's
like
pretty
opposite
far.
ends of a full
Yeah.
island.
It's pretty far.
Yeah, it's literally only not a very far walk, but in terms of game terms, it's a fucking long way when you're talking game terms. But if you're just thinking I gotta walk 2,000 feet, that's not that much. But when you are potentially running between fireballs and arrows, it's different.
Why don't we start, open to anyone's suggestions, but we could start in that one watchtower that was made at the back entrance of the temple, just to have a higher elevation, but kind of looking out, and let's just see what they do. We don't have to announce our presence, but at least for the wild cards, the Valar could be doing their normal stuff, but just trying to be stealthy.
Yeah, you would see, as you guys all begin to regroup, the 5 Valar and Quinn exit the temple as you guys kind of come back, and Quinn kind of begins going through the motions of kind of calling out his shots for his team. You watch as one of them begins to kind of jog towards the tower at the far end of the island. 2 of them do head back towards the bunker kind of sleeping quarters, and one of them kind of skirts around. Actually, 2 of them skirt around the outside of the temple towards the one of the towers of the temple itself. And then Quinn kind of makes his way towards your group.
Do you see Celine again, Quinn?
She was in the temple for a time, but seems to not want to be near us for a time.
Well, we know they're almost here. Mary and I saw them. I do still think you should kind of hang close to this temple, and if things do start to get bad and they're breaking through these walls that we've set up, you should just go straight into the catacombs.
I truthfully have every intention of sleeping within tonight.
Perfect. I don't know if they're going to come. I don't know if they're going to set up a base camp and scout. We could try and just hide, or literally just to be stealthy, not out of cowardice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got. We just have to wait and see.
No, I give my orders to my group. 2 are just going to try and retain their strength for whatever may come, but we always have a watch up. We know that as the sun dips, we know there's a force on the way, but there's also the undead to always contend with. So we will be ready. If something larger comes, then perhaps we'll be looking to you a little bit more.
Sounds good. Can I look at Hondo? I want to read Hondo's mood. Hondo, have you told us about... Well, first off, hey, Wildcards, we didn't see Gambino. No idea where he is. Hopefully he shows back up and hasn't double-crossed us. Hondo, do you think Gambino's the kind who would just double-cross us if the cards were stacked better in someone else's deck?
I wouldn't be surprised to see him next to Raymond tomorrow.
Sounds good. Great. Well, let's kind of just wait and see. I think we could try and get a higher position, but hide and see if they're going to try and test things tonight, or if they're going to wait up there. Or Hondo, you could take the carpet and try and do some sort of 3-for-1 assassination tonight.
That may not be the smartest move.
You seem different, Hondo. Is that sorry, Reginald, you seem different. What's with this little raven feather in your coat?
I've been told by a higher power that we will be all right.
Really? Oh my god, it's so reassuring.
Yes, and my sources seem pretty credible.
It's fucking fantastic. That's great. Did they say anything we have to do to ensure this victory, or it's just it's in the cards?
They said just believe in yourself.
Yeah, Lav was just talking about believing in yourself.
Yeah, but this means more from a higher power, you know.
What are you saying?
Just saying, you know.
I've got friends in dead places too, Hondo.
What?
I'm just assuming.
Okay, great. Can I read? Where's my boy Gordo?
What?
Gordo, you hanging back from the group? Where are you at, Cat?
Yeah, I'm just in the back.
I would like to try and...
Cloud of smoke just parts.
I'd like to try and slyly go up to Gord, away from the group. Away from the group.
Gord's kind of always away from the group unless he says otherwise. So unless, are you going to literally try and stealth away from the group so no one sees you do this? Or are you just going to quietly go to Gord?
Try and casually go to Gord so he and I could just have a one-on-one.
Yeah, casually versus stealthily is two different things. Yeah, absolutely.
How you feeling, pal?
Feel all right. How are you feeling?
I'm honestly really, really worried. When the hags killed you and we were in the Feywild, or whatever monstrosity that did, and we brought you back, ever since you wear the helmet, you can't do some of the druid stuff you used to do, or nature stuff. But I've seen you do insane stuff when you point your finger at people and just death comes out of it. I don't understand it. I don't want to pry. And I know you said that you believe in yourself and that's your power, that there's no other higher power, but I think what I'm saying is, can you just bring it all tomorrow? Tap into everything you can and just fucking bring the noise.
I'll see what I can do.
That wasn't as resounding an answer as I was hoping for. But we're still best friends, right?
Always and forever.
Val gets misty-eyed. Just places a hand on your little helmet. And then just walks away. I'll just give a wink at Mary. As if I'm so reassured.
So, night begins to fall.
How many of us could go up top in that one watchtower?
Of the temple? Or of the
temple.
tower?
Of the temple. I know Lav made some steps too, right? When she fortified?
Yeah, but those are more for the battlements inside. Okay. There's 2 towers that you can get up to, and there are kind of walls and the roof itself where you can kind of spread out. So in theory, everyone can go up top. It's just how you want to be spread out. But in the actual top of the tower, you could fit everybody. It'd be a little squishy.
Whatever everyone wants. I just thought maybe we get some high ground, take a look. I'll go in that little watchtower.
When you say night begins to fall, is it just because it's getting dark, or is it we're getting tired?
Oh, I mean, it's just nightfall.
Well, no, but I mean, is it that we're going to have to start going to sleep soon, or?
It does start to get towards that, but it's 6-7 o'clock. Sun has set. This would be when you guys would have this would be dinner and settling in for the night. If you were traveling, you would take camp now. You're already in a position, so you can do what you wish. But I'm just saying, time is passing. You also know night here means undead are doing shit. If you want to prepare in any capacity, this is just that warning.
Maybe I'll...
But also, this is probably everyone's going to start eating rations or making dinner in some capacity. This is that happening without saying it. But now I've said
Could I unattune from... Do I need to take a short rest to do that? I guess so. Or I just need an hour? Could I start trying to unattune from the crystal ball? Or I guess it's...
what?
Yeah, sorry. It's the attuning that takes an hour.
Yeah, you can drop it, I guess. But
for the Pearl of Power.
Yep. If you guys want to make your... Well, whoever wants to follow Valentine, you said you were going to head up to the tower regardless. So as Val goes up, you can take we'll call it a short rest and dinner beginning to kind of settle in as you spend an hour up here. Does anyone go up, or is anyone doing anything else?
What are you bitches doing?
If everybody's good, we can just continue on. There doesn't need to be anything, just an option.
Ellie, what have you been doing this whole time?
You gotta get your spells.
I've just been standing along the wall kind of thing with Keith, and just if someone needs a reinforcement, moving a wall back, or just kind of wherever, just waiting. I'm the muscle, not the brain, so I just kind of waiting for everyone.
Yeah, it seems Allie did a hell of a lot of work throughout the day to prepare things. Now that things are settling in, everyone's just kind of taking quiet moments to prepare themselves, and mentally more so than physically right yet. But as if there is anything else for the rest of you, if not, Val, you are able to swap. Take the hour to attune to the Pearl of Power instead of the Crystal Ball.
Crystal Ball, yep.
Okay. I would say while you're up there, make a perception check.
Getting lower. We're getting lower. 19.
That time. That's pretty good. At this point, as you are focusing on the attunement process, but you're kind of taking this position on the tower and just watching the darkness kind of creep in around the space. And the darkness in Castirian is on par with that of the darkness of the Shadowfell and the darkness of the Abyss. It is a pervasive, encroaching darkness, a void where shadow falls, there is no light. And yet, across the western banks, beyond about maybe a mile or so from where you're at, you can see a flame burning. You can see several burning flames from atop this kind of raised position. The island itself is raised up a little bit, and the entirety of this city kind of follows this rising hill. But from this tower, giving you extra height, you can see the war camp being set of the Revenant Vow. There are dozens of large bonfires. You can vaguely make out the hints of what look like tents and base of operations kind of setting up. You can just faintly hear the sound of kind of a large group of people kind of working physically. And there's just, they're here. There doesn't seem to be any aggressive motion as of yet. They seem to be hunkering down, holding. That's what you notice.
That's good news for us, guys. It looks like they're holding. They wouldn't bother setting bonfires and making tents and stuff if they were just going to wash over us tonight.
Someone said something about scouts earlier, though. That's definitely still an option.
Us scouting or them scouting us?
Them scouting us.
Yeah, for sure.
We should definitely keep a watch at least tonight. I mean, we know some of the monks will anyway, but we should do it too.
We all fit up here. This would be a pretty good place to maybe rest.
Do we fit up there standing, or do we fit up there sleeping?
It'd be tight to sleep, like you'd be kind of like camping in an 8-person tent, but,
I mean, it's not like this place is huge, right? Like, we could have people sleeping in the main chamber, and if something happens, it's just nearing away. It's not like...
It depends on what that something is, really.
That's true.
It's a good idea, though, because then we can stay up on the tower and then just take shifts and stuff like that and watch to see if they do make a move in the middle of the night or something.
True. Mm-hmm. It's not like 6 of us sleeping at the same time.
Yeah.
Just one thing as well, like you notice as comfortable as it is up here as you're looking out, the weather seems to be holding as comfortable. It's cool, but it doesn't seem any rain or anything like that. It is an exposed tower, so it's open to the elements, and they seem to be cooperating with this idea.
Guys, we slept in the abyss, most of us.
Yeah.
This is pretty decent.
And worse. So, with that being said, then, are we settling in for night for watch?
I think so. I don't know if there's anything else anyone wants to do for tomorrow.
Like 7 times.
I know. Like I can't think of anything else. I'm out of ideas.
I just I know I don't ever want to come up. Whenever I say that, it's not like I'm expecting something.
No, I like it.
I just want to give an option. Like if someone's thought of something, didn't want to interject. But it gives us really good moments. But
could I
it's okay if there's nothing.
Are there this is so dumb. Are there any ravens near us?
Make a perception check.
No. I think it's like that's not bad. 15.
It's if there are any, they blend in with the darkness around. And even still, you haven't seen many. Like the most you've seen are up in that tower, and even then, only sparsely. Unfortunately, you don't get a sight of anything right now.
Okay. Who wants to take first watch? How do we want to stagger these? Let's do smart watches. Someone who's tough, someone who's good at seeing things.
I'll start the watch.
I am neither of those things.
You're tough.
Not really.
You and Brawley are a good team.
Neither us. Pay attention.
Okay. Hondo, how keen do you feel about, you're pretty good at perception. I'm pretty good at perception. Mary's pretty good at perception.
You, Hondo and Gord are the best. If we're just flat out going by stats.
I'll take the first watch to get it over with.
Maybe you and Gord take the first watch.
But I am gonna tire from building that wall.
You just volunteered.
I'll take first watch with Hondo and then we can wake people up from there.
Shoddy, last watch.
Okay. So you and Hondo, then Brawley and I, then Lav and Gord to end it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
What could go wrong?
Hopefully nothing.
Last time Hondo and I were on watch together, he went and tried to rob a dragon. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. And that was first watch, so let's just get it over with. Okay, great.
Get my dragon stats.
Well, let me pull it out.
Where is he? Come here. Pull this
Just
bad
for
boy out.
memories.
Just, hello.
There he is. Hello.
Always at my side.
Don't like hearing that. I wish
Okay.
we made him our friend. Oh God, what could have been?
You all settle in and finish eating your rations and having a meal. Finish your last kind of quiet moments together before settling in for sleep. All kind of in a fun little camping, squishy, kind of crisscross.
Like a pile. Yeah.
One thing of note I will point out to Allie, Keith will not be able to come up here. Same with Mary. Mira's still around for a couple hours now.
I just have her patrolling in the sky.
She's just doing
as long as I have her. Yeah.
At this point, when you guys are actually going to bed, you summoned her around 4 o'clock. It's still only 9 or 10 o'clock.
I have her till midnight, but that's probably halfway through the watch.
Yeah. But I mean, she's still there. But unfortunately, Keith will not be able to make his way up here in his Keith form. But
he's a big boy.
He's a big boy.
He comes into the temple and sleeps close by the stairs in the inside. So he is sheltered and safe and close.
It's like when you don't want a dog in the room, so they sleep at the door.
Yeah.
No.
So Mary, Hondo on first watch?
Yep.
Okay. One of you or both of you perceptions.
You can do it, Kev.
So
Okay.
Kev, roll with advantage. So roll twice, take the higher. Ten. Roll again. Okay. 16 plus your perception.
I think my perception's 15. Perception 12, sorry. So that's 28.
Alright. Over the first few hours, as everyone begins to fall and lull into a comfortable sleep, the two of you take position on watch. Hondo, as described earlier to Scott, you look out across the western shores of the dry riverbed that your group all came into the city, kind of following this dry riverbed into the Horseshoe Bay and then ultimately onto this island. And you two can make out the extent of a war camp. It's rather large. You can make out several smaller tents that would hold only a couple of people, but you can make out some larger ones that almost suit proper military size tents and can hold a fair number. Again, you don't see any signs of war machines or anything like that, so that's somewhat of a comfort at least. And as you kind of look about in the first couple hours, the first hour, then second hour of your watch kind of drag on, quiet, cool. You look up and you see 2 hours in, a raven kind of swoop low and perch on the edge of kind of one of the battlements beside where you're kind of holding, and it just kind of cocks its head and looks at you with these black, perfect orbs of black, and it does a little nod and then flutters away. Just a little comfort. One last thing you do notice as you feel kind of the watch slowly ebb away, and you feel it's time to get second watch underway. You do see a shadowy figure slip out of the tower beside your tower. There's 2 towers on the north edge of the structure. And you see them just kind of scoot down, scale the side of the building, and slip inside. It's difficult to make out who, but it seemed like they moved like one of the monks. But just something you notice.
I tell Mary about it. I'm like, I think that was Syrah there.
Celine, you mean?
If it was Syria, that's a different story.
It was Sarah, be real bad. You mean Celine?
Yeah, I mean, Celine.
I pray you mean Celine.
Well, but that's all you notice on the first watch. It seems the war camp is currently quiet for, still being a war camp. The undead don't seem to be heading in your direction thus far. Though I would also note with that high of a perception check, you do see some movement through the city, some like shambling, slow zombies. You haven't seen anything quite like the night you faced the Banshee the first night, at least not yet. But you notice a couple of aimless kind of zombies that move away and then into the city and out of sight, but nothing this far. Your watch comes to an end. Quiet.
When he mentioned Celine, I was kind of wanting to try to keep an eye out for her, if that's actually her. So I'd probably just go and try to double check if that was actually her or not.
Go down?
Go down to wherever she was, wherever he pointed out.
Sure. You head down below as he kind of points it out, and you don't see any kind of sign of her.
Okay.
But she is incredibly swift and stealthy.
Yeah. Okay,
Do you want
conversation
to try and actually investigate for her, or
I don't want to spend
devote some time?
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time. How far into the watch is this?
This would be coming to the end.
Okay. Yeah, if it's coming to the end, I don't feel so bad that I'm leaving Hondo up by himself forever.
So spend the rest of it?
Maybe 5-10 minutes just looking around and seeing what's going on.
Sure. Make an investigation check.
Because we also don't know for sure it's her. It could have been something else.
Mm-hmm.
21.
As you kind of look where Hondo pointed it out and kind of just start scanning along, you don't see anything immediately, and you kind of walk out into the night, out in the middle of the kind of garden area, this first layer of your protections of the walls, and you just see this figure dip into the bunker area,
where everyone sleeps.
Back where you guys have had tea and where you slept the first 2 nights and where they normally go.
I'd probably follow. Again, if it's not her and someone's going in to assassinate someone, I want to make sure that that's not going to happen.
Quietly, you make your way across the island towards this bunker area, and you kind of poke your head inside. You see 2 figures sleeping in one of the regular bedrolls, and you see sat at the fire a figure.
Does it look like Celine, her build and height and stuff?
It looks feminine, wearing the Valar robes or colors, but back to you and kind of framed by the very low embers, but looks about Celine's, roughly right.
Okay. I just say quietly so I don't wake anyone else up. I also don't want to scare her. Make a noise so that you can hear me.
Just a very
footstep or whatever.
Just a faint shift of the head.
Just caca.
Stop being stealthy so that I don't seem like I'm trying to sneak up on her. Less undead to take your frustrations out tonight?
Yeah, something like that.
No one means to belittle what you guys are doing here, or apparently what needs to be done. I can't speak for the rest of my party, but I don't like win states that rely on losing something. And I'm not comfortable with it. I can't think of anything else, but I've been trying.
I understand. We are not comfortable, but we are complacent.
Losing someone never gets easy, no matter how many times you go through it.
I know. She kind of gestures to the other two sleeping and but as a whole, just says, we prepare our whole lives for this moment. Our parents, theirs before them, gone. Now we're here. And it all seems so fucking foolish. Just following blindly and giving away our lives. For what? You say you lost and hate these lose, win, fail states. I don't even know why we do it. Faith, it says my brother would say. It's what we should be doing for faith. But what benevolent God takes such a toll? She's no better than the devil himself.
As someone who's been to hell and has been fighting the faces of hell for a few months now, I'm not going to say that she's perfect. I know nothing about the Raven Queen. But I can promise you it's nothing compared to what the fuck Asmodeus would rain out on this place. As much as this is something I've been thinking about a lot. And I have no romantic notions about how this is going to turn out for any of us. I have no expectations of living through this whole thing. I don't think about the future. Never have. But even less so now. There's no romance, there's no naivety. I don't expect to come out of this whole thing alive. But the only thing that keeps me through it is, yes, there are shitty people out there and there are shitty things that are going to happen. But there are a fuck ton of good or just normal people out there who deserve not to have the trash life that I've gone through and that I know other people have gone through as well. It's not much, but I can do the math. And if it's my one life versus millions, that I'm not exceptionally intelligent, but that math's not hard. I know that the shit seems crazy. I don't know. I wouldn't have thought any of this was worth £1 a few months ago, but after the shit we've seen, and after the chaos and destruction and the lives lost and ruined by the group that are coming here, if there's anything we can do to stop that shit from hitting more people, to stop more people from having to deal with it, it's worth doing. It's worth keeping more people from turning into fucking monsters.
Make a persuasion check.
Ooh, natural 19. So that's 20 total.
She says, I can't relate to these other lives you say are worth living. All I've ever known is death. All we've ever known is sacrifice. I just want this to end. I want this nightmare to end. I can't lose another loved one like this. But your win state, as you say, lies on that sacrifice. These other lives I have never met, I have no stake in. What purpose do they serve that is better than my brother's, is better than mine, is better than any of us? We've been willing to lay our lives down and to die, to protect them. And yet, there are plenty of them who would fall in with this Revenant Vow. Plenty of them who would do horrible things. Why save them over people like us?
None of it's fair. And I don't agree with it in the long term. Unfortunately, we're coming into this a little fucking late in this. And I'd like to find you another solution, and I'd like to help. I can't help find that in the next day, which I know is fucking nothing to you. Blind faith never has made any sense to me. There's a couple in our group who have had to have blind faith. All I can do is put my faith in the people around me. I don't have an answer for you. Lives, who weighs lives? Who makes that decision? In your case, it seems like the people who came before you.
In my case, it's a god.
I can't even begin to presume what goes through her mind. I don't even know how that works.
I think that's for them and only them. That much I understand of faith. They are beyond what we can comprehend. This is why so many follow and do as instructed. Why so many before me have come and died, because she said so. I just don't think I can.
And you don't have to. You can't force your brother to do anything. You can't, but you don't have to.
I know. I just don't want to lose him too.
I know. You just sit quietly for a while. Eventually, get back up and go back to Hondo.
Your watch comes to an end as you return to the tower.
I wake up Valentine, I guess. Hey, get up, man.
Okay.
Elena, that's who else we decided?
Yeah. Did anything happen?
We were attacked, but we held it off.
Thank you so much. I really needed to rest. Which one was it? The pirates or the hell people?
It was the dead people.
Oh, great.
But you should be good for the next watch. We took care of it.
So why did you wake me up?
Because it's your turn, man. I'm not gonna stay up and protect us all night.
All right. Yeah, whatever. Take a break. Brawl, are you awake?
Yeah, I think so. I can be awake.
All right. Well, let's try and can be awake together.
Okay.
I will take out Aetherius and look at the full moon dial and look at it and then look up at the moon and just see what I see.
So close.
Oh, God.
So close.
No, just stare up at the moon for a while.
You can see the moon above. It's a somewhat obscured by cloud, but it's relatively clear out and oddly and casting a fair amount of light, though it's what casts that light on light surfaces is still dim and dark, and yet still the shadows cast by that light are just such voids. But looking at the moon itself, you can see just that faint sliver that's not quite full yet. But it's coming.
It's way too much.
While you guys are on your watch, one of you or both of you can make perceptions.
You go. My perception's awful. I don't think I'm fully awake.
Valentine with advantage then.
12 and 14, so 27.
Okay. As Allie shakes the sleep from her eyes, taking this middle watch is never easy.
Middle watch.
It's a middle watch.
The two of you kind of get up and look around the island around Valentine. You see, as described, the war camp. Nothing seems to have moved. Nobody seems to be slipping across the borders. Not that you can see. The undead in the city, you don't see any just yet. Nothing, at least here. You don't hear anything. All seems relatively quiet, which is somewhat surprising.
But I can still see are there still fires on the cliffside where they're? Okay.
Yeah, there are still fires on the. They're a ways in from, but along the edge of the banks of the riverbed that you guys walked to the city following. You guys came in on the eastern side. They are on the western side and off a ways. They're still a ways off. They're not a stone's throw away. Even from the island across the bay itself to the edge is quite a ways. But you can just still make out the fire in the otherwise pitch darkness. The first hour passes. You swear you see a raven fly over for a moment. Could have been a bat, but you're not sure. You think it might have been a raven. And that raven, or bat, whatever it is, swoops around and it catches your eye. And this is about an hour into your watch or so. You watch it swoop down across the bunker and swoop up towards the top of the tower.
Towards us?
Towards the top of the far tower, sorry.
Gotcha.
But as it swoops low, you catch a quick moving figure in shadow, moving from shadow to shadow, from within the bunker across the bridge towards the city.
Leaving us towards the city?
Heading from bunker across the island, jumping off the edge of the bridge into the bay, and scurrying in shadow towards the city.
Someone just left the island. I don't know if you saw that, but they just darted from the bunker towards the city.
Oh. Why would they do that?
One of us should probably go check out the bunker, see if someone's missing. I can go do it if you want to stay up here and guard these guys.
Sure. Whatever you think is easier.
Yeah, I just don't want to leave them all sleeping in case something sneaks up on them.
Okay.
I'll go quickly try and check it out.
Moving quickly but quietly. It takes a few minutes. It's not directly beside. It's close though. So by the time you get down the spiral stairs from the top of the tower, through the temple, across and around to the bunker, you peer inside. You see two sleeping forms in the corner. That's it.
I'm mostly looking for Celine because she's been so sketch.
You have no bead on Celine.
That's not great. All right, I'll just make my way back to Brawley.
As you do, you see, as you cross kind of back towards you pass the bridge from bunker back to temple. And on the opposite side in the city, you see out of like the corner of your eye, like someone slip across a moonlit street and duck into shadow further into the city.
Do I get a read on, are they going in a direction, or are they I just saw movement in the city?
That one is more difficult than the first. That one you just kind of catch it with your passive.
Not great. I'll probably stay there for like 30 seconds, see if I can get another beat of movement, but if it's not, I'll just start making my way back to Brawley.
If you hold for a minute, give me a perception check.
Sure. really good. 18 plus 13 is, 32. Sure.
You see, indeed, moving from one building, you watch like an undead figure kind of wander out of a building on the opposite side. And as it moves, you see this figure who looks similar to any of the Valar, these kind of lithe, quick-moving, robed, monk-looking figures, darts across the street into another building and is just kind of quickly making their way, building to building, into the city.
The main thing I am thinking as Valentine is, can I tell if that shadowy figure is making its way towards the war camp or not?
Away. The war camp is on the west. This is into the city, to the east.
Great. That's one fear maybe alleviated. Okay, then I'll just let it lie. I'll start making my way back to Brawley.
Okay.
Is Queenie said he would be in the bottom part. Yeah, I don't really like splitting up. I'll just go back to Brawley.
Okay.
Bad things have happened when I've left the party.
Your turn.
I think it was Celine. She's darted into the city, it looks like. First, I was like, oh shit, is she going to make a deal with the Hell people to spare her brother's life? Or I don't know, something.
Oh.
But, now I don't know. It looks like she's just... I don't know.
I mean, I kind of understand where she's coming from. Like, she knows she has to lose her brother. That can't be easy. She's probably trying to do anything she can to save him. She loves him, right? Like, understandably so.
Yeah, I totally understand that too. I think I'm just worried that might push her to do something not in everyone's best interest, but hopefully it doesn't come to that.
We might have to keep tabs on her secretly, just in case.
That's a good idea. Hey, let me pitch you something.
Cool. What?
Let's go a week from now. We've defeated the forces of Hell.
Okay.
We've escaped from the Gambino pirates.
Mm-hmm.
The Celine girl did not betray us.
Mm-hmm. Bonus.
What do we do? If we could do anything and it wasn't part of a quest to save the world, what would you want to do?
That's a good question. I don't know. Be somewhere with Keith, relaxing, having a good pint of mead, maybe some wine if it's fancy. Depends on the mood. Yeah, I don't know. Just depends. I hope we're all okay. I hope we all make it by then.
Yeah, let's get to that point. Let's get to those drinks.
Where do you want to be in a week? Assuming everything is fine.
Just wherever you said was good with me. All right, let's just stay focused.
Yeah. Well, a week goes by really quickly, so let's just hopefully we get there.
The nights just go by so slow, though.
They do. But one day they won't. One day we won't have nights anymore. So enjoy them while we get them.
What sweet relief death will be when we get there.
Oh.
I look at Lavender's sleeping form.
10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes pass as this moment kind of falls between you and it's quiet once more. And Valentine, you catch a burst of sound and flame from the city side. You just, like, out of the corner of your eye, you just see this in the city, off in the distance. You can hear just the faint, like, of impact.
Fuck is she doing? I'll just stare there for a couple more minutes. Is it fire spreading or is it just like an explosion?
Make a perception check.
Still good. 17 plus 13 is 30. All right, sure.
Looked very much like when you've cast a fireball. Fast, explosive blast.
Who the fuck would be in the city casting a fireball?
As you're kind of taking this moment to look, you can you didn't see it as if it would just burst in the open in the middle of the street. It seemed like it came from inside a building, and you saw the flash kind of out around, through an open wall or window, something like that. It's a ways off, but in the otherwise entire quiet and darkness, it stands out like a literal flare. You keep your eyes on that area, and you can see a couple of figures begin to kind of move around out into the street. And there's about 6-ish, hard to make out at a distance. Roughly all humanoid in size. And they're just kind of moving somewhat shambling, but you're not 100% sure that it's...
Is Mira still with us?
As of now, I think so. You're edging towards the end of her. Might be almost over.
That'd be a bad idea.
She's still she's still here, but you're not sure how close it is to ending.
Yeah. It would just be a very bad idea to ride her in the sky if she ended. Do I feel like if I got down and got on the bridge, I could have a better look at those people?
You got height now. You have a better look from up here as they've moved. They're further into the city at this point.
I think I'll just keep watching then. They seem to be shambling, right? You mentioned?
Somewhat.
I think I would just be looking and trying to see if one looks like Celine.
Okay.
Or if they all look like they're together, or if one is fleeing from the other, like if there's a chase happening.
Make a insight check for this.
14 plus 8 is 22. Jesus. I'm so rattled right now.
Yeah.
With Allie at your side and just watching this strange kind of circumstance, and they're a ways off. It's not like you're seeing them down the street. They're small figures at a distance, but you're able to still make out movement. Where there is light, it's oddly bright under this near full moon. And they're kind of passing in and amongst this brighter area at the moment. And as you're kind of watching them, they move like they're not... They move like they're trying to look undead. They begin to move towards this direction, but very slowly. Thus far not in a chase. Thus far not engaged that you've seen beyond this first flash of fire. It's hard to make out exactly.
So interested in this. It is fucking fascinating. I'll turn to Brawley and just be like, this is super interesting. I don't feel like it's worth waking up the group yet, but...
No.
Does it look to you like they're coming towards us? That's what you mentioned, right, Kyle?
Ever so slightly, very quietly, very, very slowly, they are.
Yeah, they kind of do. Are they pretending to be undead?
But one of them
Why?
I think one of them cast some sort of fire spell, like there was an explosion. What if it's another group of adventurers on a similar quest as us who are coming to save us?
Huh. What a way to do it if they are.
God, that would just be great.
That would be great. All we can really do, I guess, is just watch them at this point and see what else they do if they come closer.
I might try and get close. Yeah, Kyle, I guess I'll stay up top here as long as it's a better sight line than going closer down towards the edge of the...
So far, you still have the better viewpoint. from the elevated position than what you imagine you could see on the bridge. You think you're still height advantage is to helping better here. But you watch over the next 5 minutes, unless you change, that they are slowly making that they like shift out of sight as like they move into a building, and then kind of come back a minute or two later, a little closer. They're getting ever so closer, and about 10 minutes from the flash that caught your eye, as you now are pinpointed on this area, you have a pretty strong sight and are watching them move. Your eyes are very keen. You watch as one new figure steps out of shadow, and they all kind of stop.
Someone else showed up.
A new figure steps out of shadow. And you watch as the seeming undead stand tall.
How many feet away are they?
Difficult to make it. It's a couple hundred, maybe more.
I like that.
Maybe, well, I guess you gotta get over the bridge. So maybe 1,200?
Ooh, that's farther than I wanted it to be. I was thinking of trying to get closer with the dimension door.
I mean, you could get closer, like, from this point. Like, if you get to the edge of the bridge and then over, like, you could get close, possibly with dimension door.
I wish I had some sort of, like, way to scry on them or hear what they're talking about. I'm just quickly looking through my spells.
Mm-hmm. Give me a Arcana. No, not Arcana. Survival from Allie or you, or both with, either of you with advantage, however you want to do it. As you're both now like engaged in this thing.
You want to both do it, Al?
Yeah, why not? Okay.
I got 17.
16.
Kind of at the same time, you both, like, knowing the idea that you're having in your head, Val, and Allie, knowing Valentine has the ability to teleport a certain distance. From the edge of the bridge across, you can make it within like 100 feet of them.
This is like a mechanical question.
Mm-hmm.
I've rested for 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have my old spell slots, and then if I rested again, I would have my new spell slots if I made it through that?
It's not exactly an 8 hour when you break it like that and then do something, but it's only like, another 5 or 6 hours. Like, it's not an exact science, but by the end of this full rest as a group, you still get the benefits of a full rest.
So it's like you have yesterday's spell slots, not tomorrow's spell
You
slots.
don't have a full new rest yet, but if you use a bunch now and then finish the rest, you still get the full rest.
It's cool with me. Do you think we should check this out? I'm kind of really intrigued what's going on. We could go together. I could go myself. I purely just want to see if we can stealth this.
I'm not the best at stealth, if that's the way you want to go, but I do agree if you're going to go and check it out, be stealthy and hopefully don't get caught.
Never get caught. Okay, I'll be right back. And then I'll dimension door behind me and then move through it and go towards that bridge. And then I still need another one, right? And then I'll just look and watch and then try and find a place that is in shadow that's hopefully not too spooky with zombies. And I'll dimension door over there.
From this position, you can get inside a building, you imagine at least, you can get inside a building with decent sight and ear line, but you're not 100% sure whether there's anything inside or not. It's only one way to go.
Can I get on a rooftop of that building?
Probably, though its footing is precarious. Basically, all the rooftops are going to be precarious. It's all kind of falling in. But it would save you from potential hidden zombies. Just might put you in potential rubble.
I'll do the potential. I'll do rooftop. Fuck it.
Okay. Throw me a stealth at disadvantage as you arrive in this secondary
Not bad.
dimension door.
16.
Balls. There is a faint kind of puff and a shifting of stone and brick as you step foot on this rooftop and then duck down and try and keep yourself safe and hidden. Though there is, part of this spell, has some effect to it. And you catch, as you're fairly perceptive, even without actively trying, there's a break in conversation. Someone gets cut off as a silence kind of stops as you hear the tumbling of rock kind of fall away. There's a long break in the silence, and you are fearful for a moment. But a female voice continues speaking, picking up from the silence. As I'm sure you already know, your scouts are long dead. A consequence of this city. Its residents seldom survive. You hear a male voice pick up, though as of this point, you don't have sightline as you ducked beneath to try and obscure your arrival. No matter to us. When one falls, there are always more to take their place before they return to fight anew. Before his demise, Resimir did mention we had a mutually beneficial purpose here. I represent the Revenant Vow and its leadership. As Resimir hopefully intoned, we can make a deal that aids this purpose. And we can do so here. Or I can take you to our encampment and you may deal personally with the rest of our leadership. But neither can we do if we remain in shadow. There's a pause. You can't quite make out just yet. And say at this point you start to pop your head up ever so slightly just to try and see through. Make a perception check.
It's like, don't fuck me, Kyle. Don't make me pop my head up.
Just enough that you can see.
Just
ever so slightly.
Perception?
I'm still your stealth is remaining as what it was.
16 plus 13 is 21.
You poke your head up ever so slightly and you see the back of the Valor monk robes and the hood, the lithe form of a feminine figure.
This bitch.
And you see 6, 7, right? 7. Sorry, my math. The zombies, though standing like humans. You can see torn and tattered flesh, gray and mottled and gross. Jaws hanging, each of them, some looking as if they're missing digits, and clothes is torn, slack-jawed and dead eyes. But they act and speak like anyone else. And that male voice is familiar. Celine says, I showed you my face. Let's see yours. The one ahead nods, and you watch as the undead forms kind of bleed away, revealing a hidden illusion spell that reveals a thin-robed form of an elderly wizard. The almost full moonlight catches the liver-spotted head. Deep robes of deep black with red accents, not unlike those you've seen amongst the Revenant Vow. And this tall staff of gnarled wood in the hand of Raymond Borealis. Around him, behind him, you see 4 black-cloaked and armored individuals that nearly blend in with the shadows themselves, though you see they are not necessarily trying to be hidden. and you see two red and black cloaked figures that bear chilling white, smirking masks. Eldrazi assassins and mages, the likes of which you face in Haverfeld. Celine steps fully from shadow now and looks about the troop. So you know this weapon of power that lies within the city. That claiming it will end this curse, but bring about devastations untold. And you seek to bring that destruction to these lands. Is that right? You watch Raymond kind of tilt his head down and say, I understand you haven't heard much from others who would speak of our intentions. But if I may, they are misguided and they are false. Our goal is indeed to claim this cursed item and relieve your people of this burden. In doing so, in claiming it, we set a course for something that has been needed in this realm for centuries. Order, balance, and true law must be reattained. Our course to this goal will seem to many as injustice and cruel, but our true king grants us the strength to do what is necessary. In his hands lay our world's salvation. Now we come here to complete this final step, and in this endeavor, I hope you will aid us. You watch Celine kind of shift and look over her shoulder, almost in your direction for a moment. Fear kind of grips you. But she seems to look back towards the temple. I don't stand and believe in anything you stand for. I don't stand beside you, or your king, or this cult. And I wish things were different. But I can't stand the way things are now. The toll taken by this war of the gods, this bitter feud, it's too much. The loss, the pain we contend with. I'm done. I don't want any more of it. I don't want any of my people lost to this unseen war. I want it to end. Now. Take your prize, down to the Raven Queen, and take it far away from here. We can, and we will. Celine her shoulders slump ever so slightly. She says, there are those here who stand against you, and they will fight with everything they have. My brother is amongst them, and he's willing to die for this cause. All I ask is that my people be spared. And if possible, to spare those who would stand against you. I know that may not be possible. They believe they are right. Maybe they are. I just can't live like this anymore. My brother is amongst them, and he is willing to die for his cause. I'll tell you how to get what you want, as long as you can promise my people will be spared. Raymond kind of steps closer towards her. Says, if your information holds true, your people will be spared. I promise you that. When we take the scythe, you and yours may walk free. Leave all of this behind. Celine's head just kind of drops low. The Raven's Eyrie in the Old Bay. Beneath the altar, say the phrase, I am sworn by sorrow to serve the sorrow sworn. Beneath there's a mausoleum of the one you search for. Beneath that, you'll find a room. And beyond there, I don't know. This is the end of the line for my people who pass on to serve the Raven. That's an unknown for you and the rest of your masters to solve. At midnight, the door is said to open, the veil welcoming the willing through. My brother will be there, prepared to give his life at that moment. I want him alive, after all this is done. You promised me that. That is all I can offer. Raymond nods slowly and says, this information will serve greatly. This deal we make binds me to my word. Your people will not be spared, or your people will be spared. Could you imagine? Your people will be spared. And by the strength of the vow and all the powers of the Nine, you and your brother will not fall by our hands. And finally, this long nightmare will be over. Let's take a break.
Stupid Celine. You're being a butt.
You had to talk her into it, Leah. You had to just push her over the edge.
There's nothing I could have said. She was going to do what she was going to do.
You pulled it back from worse. There were a couple of states.
Rondo had seduced her more thoroughly.
Gotta kill her.
I mean, maybe there were a couple of missed and failed attempts previously. Mary pulled it back to like one success, but unfortunately not enough. Here we stand for the time being as let's take like 5 minutes. I gotta piss, and then let's come back and see what happens. Okay, bye. So, Valentine, you're the only one there. Raymond and Celine shake hands at this point. She says, I know you have much strength and means in your group. I don't expect you can get him out now. Yeah, if you could, would you be willing to? And Raymond says, if you have the power of the wildcards there currently, alongside your own forces, I would say it's unwise to move in now. Ultimately, in the siege tomorrow, what falls, we will do our best to spare him. He will not be a target. The rest, I make no promises for them. But I think it wisest for you to try and persuade him to leave. You will be more than welcome at our camp, as will he. But I think it not wise to take him tonight. She nods. Okay. Tomorrow. End this. And she just turns and starts walking back towards the temple. You watch as the 7, Raymond turns to one, nods, and the illusion returns of their undead forms. And they begin to kind of make their way north, away from her. What are you doing?
I'm gonna wait like a minute, just let them kind of get distance, both parties, and then I'm gonna vamp back to my bridge spot.
Okay.
Let me cast a spell. Boom.
Allie, at this point, I would say you see Valentine return to this side of the bridge, but so far you can't make out anything else.
I will look towards where I know Brawley is, like on the tower, and I'll just put my hand on the earring and direct it to her. Celine turned on us. She talked to Raymond. It's pretty bad. I think I'm going to try and talk to her and see how this goes. Maybe get ready. I might urine you and say, "Come save my life."
Do you want me to wake up anyone?
No. I don't think
Mary, maybe?
so. She's so grumpy when you wake her up, though. She just went down.
This is pretty big, though.
I think it'll be okay.
Please be careful. Keep me posted.
I'm always careful. And then I will see if I can spot her as I'm just like standing on the bridge.
Make a perception check.
And if I don't, like I would only stay there for a couple seconds, I would just make my way. I'd probably stay there. I'll just stay there. Pretty good. 16 plus a bunch. 29.
Yeah, you do stay there just a short moment as you look back to the spot they were. You don't see her anymore. But you have a very keen eye, and she's moving rather quickly and not as stealthily as she once was. And you do spot her coming close to the opposite side of the bridge. Not quite there yet.
I think ravens around me. Anything flying around?
Nothing you can see with that. That's pretty good perception. It doesn't seem like anything.
I'll wait for her to get a little closer. I think I'll... No, I don't want to be threatening, so I'll just wait.
You wait at the edge of the bridge. Allie, you look over and see Valentine waiting. His cape just kind of blowing in the breeze. And Celine slips down the opposite side of the bridge into the bay between. You lose sight of her for a moment as she dips below. And then very, very quietly, but within your sight, you see her creep up on the right side of where the broken side of your bridge is. And you see her kind of freeze in the darkness for a moment, catching you. She doesn't say anything.
I'll just like keep staring down at her.
She looks at you and cocks her head and then starts walking towards the bunker.
I'll just start walking towards the bunker, just like very lackadaisically.
Lackadaisically.
That's the one I want.
She looks to you and nods. You can see kind of red around her eyes. They seem bloodshot of recent tears. But she tries to like kind of hide it from you, but you're still very perceptive. She makes her way towards the bunker and kind of slips down inside.
Slip in after her.
Busy night then.
Could be. Do you want a tea?
I was coming to make one. I'll take care of it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'd love one.
She makes her way over and starts stoking the embers and putting the kettle on and the whole nine.
I'll sit on
Takes
the
some time.
opposite side of the fire from her.
She's very methodical, quiet. Goes about her business. And then as everything is kind of settling and waiting for the water to boil, she just kind of sits cross-legged and stares to the embers. You're not doing a great watch if you're in here.
I'm actually really good at watch.
I suppose there's no undead here. You're doing your job.
How was your patrol?
Not so much a patrol. Just need to blow off some steam.
Look at that. Do you want to tell Quinn or should I?
About blowing off steam?
No, about betraying everyone here.
How so?
When you... Do we really have to do this?
How much do you know?
Enough to be like, I didn't need that today.
It's rather selfish of you, in fact.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. I would love to be fucking selfish. All I've wanted for like the past year is to be selfish. And instead, I'm on a fucking undead island sitting across from you, trying to protect you, trying to stop the patron that you vowed to follow. Do a stupid thing that I agree is really, really dumb, that your, I don't know, brother has to die, but look. What are we gonna do here? You just chatted to Raymond. He's not gonna keep your fucking promise. You literally asked for protection, asked for your brother's life, and he like waved it off and said like, yeah, we'll try. So what's the play from here? You gonna stay here with us? You gonna fight against the vow?
I had to try.
You can still try. You can still come back to your god. I don't care what fucking god you follow. I do respect you trying to protect your brother, but selling out the rest of us, enslaving the rest of this entire world to hell, not cool.
I've been a slave to this life my entire life. Our entire people are slaves to this. I don't need you walking in here, waltzing in here, not knowing anything I've gone through, not knowing anything about my people and telling me how to live my life. Fuck you. She gets up.
I'll stand it. Well, guess what?
Don't follow me. She starts walking.
I'll follow her. Where are we going?
Attack him.
She throws a punch at you.
Yeah.
That is 26 to hit.
I'll take it.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
That's 30 points. Psychic damage.
9.
Okay. Hang on. Where the fuck is the thing? Take 11 points of damage. And as you go to follow her, she turns and just brings her wrist and hand up lightning fast and catches you in the throat and just lock you up. You are stunned. Your whole body just freezes and just holds in place. Just, you expected some kind of altercation, but this just fully locks you up. She says, I told you not to follow me. I'm done. She walks out.
How long am I stunned for?
12 seconds.
Whenever I'm done stunning, I'll follow her out, though I assume she's farther away or hiding.
Yeah, make a perception check.
25.
You don't have any visual on her right yet. You just like massage your throat where it just completely like cracked your windpipe for a second.
Oh, Radio Brawley?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, did you see where Celine just went?
Do I see where Celine just went?
You've been on watch this time, so you can make a perception check as well.
Okay. Oh, why am I checking that? 10.
Unfortunately, it's very dark. You're caught off guard by this whole situation, and no, you don't see her. But now you do, looking out over the battlements, you can just make out Valentine in the doorway of the bunker, stepping out into the moonlight.
Yeah, she punched me in the throat.
Oh my god, are you okay?
It really hurt. Really caught me off guard.
Ooh, a throat punch will do that. What'd she say?
She said like, fuck you, you don't know me, dad, stuff like that.
Great. We got a betrayer on our hands.
Yeah, I can't blame her.
Yeah.
I will... How much time do you think is left in my watch? Can I gauge?
Probably like an hour.
I'll go down to Quinn if I can quickly. I'll tell Brawley. I'm just going to go hit up Quinn, and then I'll come right back up.
Okay, keep me posted.
You make your way into the temple, and you can already see that the mask door is open.
Open?
Mm-hmm.
Great. I'll quickly go in.
You slip down, and in a quick scan of the catacombs beneath, the blue flame lighting the way, you can see the doorway down into the chamber beyond the catacombs, through Cirrus's mausoleum. It's also open.
Head down there.
Quickly, quietly, you slip down the second set of stairs, and you see Quinn sat on the edge of the far platform, whatever it is. And Celine kind of standing before him about 4 or 5 feet in front of him, just standing with her arms kind of slack and Quinn's head in his hands. There's silence.
I'll just sit there and try and read Quinn's mood here.
Make an insight check.
Nope. It's a 1. I was like, please be a 7. Not a straight 1. Still my throat.
You can imagine several different things, but what he's truly feeling, you're not sure.
Tough to gauge. Totally.
Is just you can see there's an obvious like frustration, disappointment, sadness. It's kind of in that vein, but you're specifically not sure.
I'll just go back up then. Let's go with me.
Okay.
I'll just go back to Brawley. Celine's talking to Quinn. I mean, she told the Vow about how to get down there, but there's some stuff she didn't even know, like what happens exactly. So she may have revealed more specifics than the Vow already knew, but they were going to storm this island anyways. That was their plan. I don't think it really doesn't sink our boat.
Okay.
But if she comes up here looking for me, I'd stop her.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's wake up. Let's keep watch and then wake up. I think it's Gord and
Lav.
Lav.
Oh my god, Gord and Lav. That'll be a weird watch.
Yeah, you guys have like maybe 20, 25 minutes left on your watch at this point. And it comes and goes rather quickly.
I hope Mary lets me sleep in tomorrow. That'd be so great.
Yeah, after a throat punch like that.
So
sure.
sore.
Oh.
I'd like to
as-
see Hondo shadow boxer. I'd just be interested to see that.
It'd be a good fight. As the watch comes to an end and you go to pass on the watch to Gord and Lav, you hear faint footsteps coming up the stairs beneath to your kind of the open hatch to the roof of where you're sleeping.
I will move over to it. Just get ready.
Both of you, as you're like in the process of waking up Gord and Lavender, you see Celine pop up. Eyes definitely bloodshot, and you can see there's a look of regret, but also a set jaw solidified. You can also see a pack slung over one shoulder. She fully pulls herself up out of the hatch. Says, "I'm sorry about your throat. It's kind of a reaction."
I kind of deserved it.
Yes, but I'm sorry for what I've done. I don't think it ultimately will have changed anything. I don't think I'll get what I want. I don't think they get what they want. All you've done is try to be right, try to be good.
Try to protect the people you love.
I tried and I failed.
You didn't fail yet.
He's going to die tomorrow. I failed.
You take that pack and you leave. I bet he dies. Doesn't die for anything. You stay. Who knows? You might die for something. You might see a miracle. Stranger things have happened with us.
Well, no offense. I don't see you putting your life on the line in that spot.
You don't see us putting our lives on the line?
I don't see you setting foot on whatever that sacrifice point is.
Lady, you don't know me very well.
I don't.
Why don't you stay and find out?
I don't know if I can.
Well, I'm super tired. My voice is hoarse as hell. I'm gonna go to sleep. My friends are gonna continue to watch. And in the morning, I'm gonna hope you're gonna make me another one of your terrible teas.
We'll see.
Think about it. Stranger things have happened.
She looks over at Allie. Says, "You were the one who had to go down the last time, yeah?
Yeah.
How did it feel?"
Peaceful. Once I was there. But if it means anything, I have a sister. And she was gone too. And she came back. And at one point, I came back before she did. And at that moment, I was willing to do anything I could to get her back. Anything. So I understand where you're coming from. And I know why you did what you did. I probably would have done the same.
Thank you. I don't ask for your forgiveness. I don't ask anything for myself. And I don't know where I'll be in the next couple of hours. My mind is yet to make up. But I know that you'll be here. And all I ask is that if there's any path, any saving grace or miracle for Quinn. Find it. I'll atone for my sins in my own way. And perhaps I'll be there to fight alongside you.
Only the three of us and Quinn know about this. No one else has to.
I don't hide it.
What's the Raven Queen the god of?
Several things, but primarily death.
Last chances?
More finality.
Well, hopefully we see you tomorrow morning.
Perhaps. Best of luck, either way.
Be careful with those.
She slips down, back down the down hatch.
Oh my god, I thought she was gonna kick the shit out of me.
I
First showed up.
know.
Oh my god.
Well, hopefully she changes her mind and decides to stand there with us.
I think she will. She'll find her way back. And we'll find our way back to Baldora too.
Oh, I sure hope so. I miss her, good gracious. I've only known her for a little bit, and already I miss her.
Me too. Yo, laugh. Wake the fuck up.
Did Amanda go to bed?
Yeah, she did. So I'll go scream at her.
Amanda
I go up to
and
Gord.
Good.
I tap on his helmet. Dun dun dun. Gord, it's your turn.
Thanks.
Problem.
Gord, if you want to make the perception check with advantage, both because Amanda's not here and her perception's ass.
You don't want her -1? Should we go?
I mean...
No.
17?
Sorry?
17?
Okay.
Was that with advantage?
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
26.
Oh yeah, baby.
Gord, as one of the only who doesn't need a full night's sleep to be comfortable, you are awakened and feel fully ready for the day's challenges ahead.
Can I ask a question? Did Gord, were you like asleep, or did you hear all of that conversation and we just have no idea?
I was asleep.
Okay.
Yeah, unless otherwise stated at the beginning of rest.
Gotcha.
We'll say you're sleeping, but if you want to be awake, you just say it preferably at the beginning, so we don't have the. I thought we were hiding it in it. It's all thing. But Gord, you quietly, and oddly for Lavender, she's oddly quiet as well. But you watch as the day begins to. The sun begins to rise, the moon kind of passing and the night passing, and watch as this day flips into the next. And the morning of this kind of ultimate day that's been on the horizon for such time finally greets you all. And there's an allowance of extra time for everyone to fully recuperate and sleep and prepare themselves for the coming fray. But as you kind of stand and stretch and look out across, you see the city quiet behind you. You see the island, likewise, quiet. But this low kind of rumble fills the air. This chant begins to grow from the war camp. Louder, louder. You see the extinguishing of flame and the rising of smoke as you watch 3 figures atop flaming steeds ride to the edge of the bay overlooking this island. Door. At the back, seemingly hundreds of Revenant Vow come for the fourth and final seal. And we'll pick up there next week.
Time to run. We've lost. I'll run.
Ooh, gotta chill at 4th and final seal. Oh no.
We just gain like a couple levels, like when we just like bump up to 19 or 20 for this.
You guys just leveled up. Get out of here. Thanks for tuning in. Join us next time as the siege of Casterium begins, and come hell or high water, the Wildcards make their stand. There'll be a new episode up every Tuesday, so stay tuned. But until then, keep exploring.